without never questioning the source from which your moral code derives. You think that suffering is part of some great plan that's been devised. I wonder what will it take for you to start opening your eyes? I wonder.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We are live, Atheist Experience, Sunday, September 13th, 2020. I'm your host, Matt Dillahunty. Kind of your host, because Jim's in charge today.
Uh-oh.
Jim Barrows is here with me, which means we're in for some fun and, all kinds of good stuff. How are you doing, Jim?
Doing really, really well for a Sunday and finally cooling down. Hopefully until next summer, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's been fun. I streamed a couple days on Twitch this week, and people would be like, oh, is it hot there in Texas? I'm like, no, it's 65 out. It's been raining for 3 days. The high today is going to be 80. It's wonderful. I'll be out in the hot tub later.
Yeah. The rest of the world, not so much, but we're still in the middle of hurricane season, so we're still got a bunch of those out there. Yeah,
and so for everybody, it looks like Sally's going to be hitting Louisiana here in the next day or so. I'm kind of keeping an eye on that. But so quick notes here. Welcome everybody to the Atheist Experience. We are live. It is Sunday, September 13th. If you are watching live on YouTube right now, directly above the chat, where I'm sure there's a bunch of people just saying wonderful things to each other, and one person is probably trying to talk about how terrible I am and how they're going to call in and prove me wrong. But if you look directly above that, there's a link up there where you can actually make donations to the channel to keep this thing going, to keep us able to produce shows, which we love to do and which we also think are, important. In addition to that, you can also order merchandise. The link is bit.ly/AEN merch, and you can become a member of the YouTube channel as well. And if you don't want to just, if you're unable to financially donate and you just want to participate, by the way, we're always looking for, great volunteers and everything, but the discussion continues. There are two new Facebook pages that you can go to. One is the Atheist Experience fan group. The URL is on that screen. And the other one is the Atheist Experience private fan group. You can go there to find out what all those are about and everything else. And when I talk about us getting volunteers, I am thrilled and overwhelmed at the number of people. I've been hosting this show for 15 years. And there have been a lot of people involved behind the camera and in front of the camera. When COVID hit and we were debating, I remember the meeting we had where we sat around and I was like, oh, let's set up like DEF CON levels. And I plotted out the DEF CON levels, and we were like at DEF CON 5 within a week. It was like, okay, we got to shut the building down. And everybody involved just pick up. Here is the amazing crew that is working with us today and every other week. They're screening phone calls. There's a cat that's secretly in charge of all of us right there. And those are the people that really make this show happen. I just get to show up, hope I don't have any technical glitches or problems like that, and talk. So that's what we're doing. By the way, there's also Discord, along with the ACA Discord, which we direct a number of people to. And sometimes after the show's over, we'll go in and hang out there. Are you going to the Discord afterwards today, Jim?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Jim's going to be. I'm not, because I'm going to be hosting another episode of The Line tonight with Seth Andrews at 7 o'clock. But and then moving on to other things. So it's all yours, Jim.
You've got coming up, Matt?
Anything I've got coming up? Yeah, I've got actually a couple of debates or discussions. Saturday the 26th, and I don't have links for this. Some of this was just sorted out like yesterday. Saturday the 26th, I'm going to have a conversation about epistemology with, I believe, a Hare Krishna, but I'm not completely sure. There's another potential debate with the Modern Day Debates thing. But the big thing, of course, is this coming Wednesday, I'm going to be starting my new show on the Line Network called The Hang Up. And because it won't be associated with a nonprofit, I will be able to tell you exactly what I think about certain political figures.
You mean, Matt, you're not always telling us what you think?
I avoid saying some of what I think just to protect the organization I'm associated with.
Oh, so Matt, even more unfiltered on the Hang Up.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure why you would call a show The Hang Up, but
Yeah. I don't either.
All right.
Especially since today I don't even get to do a no, you're done. I have to say, no, Jim, hang up on him, please.
Well, you can if you want to, because that seems to entertain a lot of people.
You steer.
All right. So here we go. I'm going to go with Isaac in Ohio, who wants to talk about supernatural related to DMT. Okay. So, Isaac.
Hi, how's it going, guys?
Doing good.
Good. Okay, so let's just get right into it. So I think the consistencies between different DMT experiences specifically show evidence that they could bring you to an objective dimension. So like you take 3 aliens and put them on different parts of the earth. Even though those are different places, they'll know it was the same place. One moon, one sun, bunch of humans. And that seems to be the case with DMT experiences as well.
So given that people just going to something similar, where before Close Encounters of the Third Kind, we had some very interesting descriptions of people who had encountered aliens. And then after Close Encounters of the Third Kind, we have a bunch of people who have the exact same experience with aliens. So, and that's simply because of the cultural reference of the movie Close Encounters depicting aliens in a particular way. So how do you eliminate just social norms, so to speak, or social expectations influencing how people are experiencing DMT?
That's a great question. And I think it's because it's not just consistent within DMT experiences. And this is key. You can make the argument that, if people are experiencing the same thing on DMT, it's just due to the same brain mechanisms. A weed high gets you a weed high. It doesn't mean weed is an objective dimension, right? But DMT and near-death experiences are highly correlated. And a lot of people say DMT causes near-death experiences, but that's not actually true. It's caused by different brain mechanisms like glutamate reuptake and things like that. So DMT doesn't play a role in near-death experiences. So different brain mechanisms are leading to roughly the same subjective experience.
What you're describing is people took a drug which alters their perception, and you think that there's good reason to think that this ties to some sort of objective dimension.
Yes, and I actually have a scientific theory to test.
No, you fucking don't. You don't have a theory.
Yes,
I bet you have a hypothesis. But I bet you don't have a scientific theory.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Here's the thing.
Theory in the colloquial sense.
Here's the thing. The fact that a bunch of people experience something similar when doing something similar, don't you think that the common feature right there is those individuals and the human brain and the fact that we are similar creatures with similar brains that try to solve problems in similar ways and have similar experiences just in general?
That would be true if it was just DMT, but DMT and near-death experiences can lead to the same state, and those are caused by different brain mechanisms.
No. There's no. So this thing that you're pointing to, you're saying DMT can cause the same thing as a near-death experience state. There is no such thing as a near-death experience state. What happens is someone has an experience where their brain is deprived of oxygen and it goes where it's closer and closer to death, and then at some point they regain consciousness, and then their brain fills in the gaps and describes what happens.
Okay, well, do you want to hear the hypothesis for testing this? Because we could talk about abstract ideas all we want.
Wow, how confused. This is so confusing. If you ask me, would I like to hear your hypothesis? My answer is no, because what you started with is you believe that this could bring you to some sort of objective dimension. Well, when you're able to demonstrate that it does in fact do that, then I'm interested. But what you said was, do I want to hear your hypothesis for testing? That's so bizarre. Just describe how you would test this.
Okay, so here's how you would test this. So there's these things called autonomous entities in the DMT realm that sometimes, like Terrence McKenna will call them machine elves, and they seem to have their own independent consciousness.
How do you know they actually exist and aren't figments of your imagination?
We don't know that until we scientifically test it, and here's how you could test it.
Hang on. Okay. You started by calling them autonomous entities. How do you know they're autonomous entities at all?
So the reason why it's worth considering that they could be autonomous entities is
that's not what I asked. You said they were autonomous entities. You didn't say they could be autonomous entities. See, every time we dig in a little bit more, what we get to is a bunch of people took a drug and they reported certain experiences. And you, instead of honestly and accurately reporting those experiences as reports of entities that might be autonomous entities in a realm that could be an objective realm, instead you reported them as there are autonomous entities. So you're already utterly dishonest in how you're describing all of this before we even get to the test.
My apologies, Matt. I definitely should have been more clear that this is not concrete and they could exist, but they also could be just your imagination and drug induced.
Here's the thing. You don't know that they could exist. You just said they could exist. The possibility that X can exist needs to be demonstrated.
No, it doesn't, Matt. It doesn't have to be demonstrated, especially in regards of origins. You ask that to callers all the time.
It's not just the case that, oh, this is necessarily possible. You have to demonstrate that it's possible, and you can't even do that.
Yes. Well, that's what I wanted to propose to you is how you could test this. So,
that's different.
They're autonomous?
No, that's different. You just said it's possible. How did you demonstrate that it's possible that there are autonomous entities that are in touch with people while they're on DMT? How do you demonstrate that's even possible?
That is where the research experiment comes into play. So could I tell you the way that you could test this? Or is do you want to?
Sure. Let's see. How would you test something that could exist entirely in someone's brain?
Okay, here's my idea. So if these entities are real, then we could be able to use them in this study. So you could send someone to the DMT hyperspace and tell them a number like 23.
Send them to the what? Send them to the what?
DMT hyperspace.
Whoa. What is a DMT hyperspace? Because that sounds like a real thing that we should be able to like walk into, fly a ship into, or do something to.
Yeah.
So how do you prove that even exists?
Yes, this is the idea. So
no. So wait, which idea? Because we started with how do you prove autonomous entities, and then you said by going into the DMT hyperspace, and now I'm asking you to prove something like the DMT hyperspace. So we're going to put the conversation about autonomous entities on hold. And now you need to talk about DMT hyperspace, what it is, and how do we actually prove that exists?
I'm going to let you answer Jim's thing. I have one. I'm going to let you answer Jim's thing, but I have one side question. What's the problem with just saying what's the problem with you just saying you like to fucking get high?
Well, I'm fine with saying that as well.
Then why would you bother saying more? What is this obsession that DMT fucking advocates have for saying, oh, this could be this realm and maybe there's some way to demonstrate it. Why can't you just say you like getting high instead of pretending like you're finding some alternate dimension with it?
I definitely think that's a fair point, but I think it's worth exploring because that's, it could be true. So
fine, explore it.
It's not.
Explore it, but you know, so. All right, I'm gonna let you answer the question, Isaac, I promise. Do you have any scientific expertise in test methodologies regarding brain function?
Actually, no, I'm trained in social psychology, so it's a little bit of a different field.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
So this is kind of
now you need to explain and prove that this thing called DMT hyperspace, what it is, and how do we prove that exists?
Okay, so if you prove the entities exist, you would prove the hyperspace exists, and here's how you would kill two of those.
No. There are two separate things that you have to prove independently.
Okay, fair enough, but just think about this proposition and tell me what you think about it, okay? Okay, so send someone to the DMT hyperspace, so give them enough DMT to where they feel like they're in this hyperspace, and give them a number like 23. And have them tell the beings that, then send someone else and ask what the number was. And if they could prove with statistical significance that they got the same number.
All right, so hold on. Feel like they're in DMT. That's not objective, right?
If they got the same number, it would be.
Well, I'm not going to be impressed by somebody.
Be,
I'm not going to be impressed by somebody getting 23, but you have a test methodology. Oh my God, you do have a test methodology there where if one person gets high and thinks they're communicating with this entity, whether the DMT hyperspace exists, whether the entities exist, whatever, one person gets high, they communicate with these entities and they tell them this number. Let's just go with a 10-digit number. And then you're saying somebody else gets high and goes in and talks to the entities, and the entities tell them that number.
Yes.
Yeah. What are your safeguards to make sure that there's not any cheating going on?
That would be part of the study design, separate the people, double blind research, and then I would want the study, if it worked, to be repeated by other scientists and show the same results.
Sure, but you didn't list a single safeguard. You didn't list a single safeguard. You just listed buzzwords. You want it to be double blind. You want it to be repeated. Cool. What are the safeguards that the two people in question haven't communicated some other way on what the number is?
Right.
Maybe you could separate them geographically so they couldn't contact each other and cheat. And you could like watch them to make sure that they weren't like on their phones cheating or something like that.
Sure. There's ways. There's definitely.
Yeah. And I actually have a slightly different objection than Matt does, because I think that you could probably design enough safeguards if you know,
I think so too.
An expert in doing these types of tests. But let's say you put all the safeguards in place and the test works. How does that prove anything other than two people got the same number at the same 10-digit number?
Yeah. And you do that through what Isaac had suggested, which is repetition. Now, here's the question.
No. Even with repetition, let's say that you do that. How does that prove autonomous entities in DMT hyperspace?
It doesn't. What it proves is that people on drugs are somehow able to communicate independent of any normal.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was headed. But I kind of wanted Isaac to answer that one.
I'm sorry. So the thing, Isaac, is if and this is going to floor you. Are you high right now? Because this might knock you over.
I wish I was.
Okay. So it's a good thing you're not high. Are you ready for this?
I'm ready, Matt.
Let's assume those autonomous entities exist and they're able to communicate a 10-digit number to someone, right? That's what your test relies on.
Yeah.
Why hasn't this fucking happened already? And why haven't they just said, hi, we're autonomous entities. Here's how you can demonstrate we're real.
I don't know why somebody hasn't done this yet. Maybe it's because psychedelic research is hard.
No. I didn't say anything about doing this test. No. If people are communicating with autonomous entities, why can't the autonomous entities, why haven't they already given us information useful to confirming their existence? Why is it just a bunch of people who are high who think they're engaging with autonomous entities and they produce nothing of use?
That's a good question. And honestly, Matt, I don't think I have a great answer. I think
nobody does. And that's the other thing, is that even if these people are right about a DMT hyperspace with autonomous entities, they're fucking useless. They're not doing anything for us. Are they? Do they just exist in this alternate dimension to be the dancing jesters for the people who are high? Come on now. This whole thing falls prey to the simplest. It's the same way as that the reason we can be pretty confident that there are no gods is from the argument from divine hiddenness. The notion that people have about gods isn't compatible with what we understand about reality. Meanwhile, out of all the people who've taken DMT, who've preached a sermon about DMT, people who've called the show about DMT, people who've called Sam Harris about DMT, all of these, and not one bit of information has ever come from any of them to confirm that there are these entities or that there is this hyperspace or anything about confirming it. It's all just, we all kind of feel like that's the case. Your test, if you would have, and here's the thing, if you thought for a second that this would actually work or would be a useful test, why haven't you already done it? Why aren't you calling me with your results instead of saying, I think it may be possible and here's how you could test it? Because I don't give a fuck about it until there's actual data.
Yeah, because there's another problem with your entire test structure, and that is you're testing two things at the same time. And you have to get down to testing one thing. And then once you understand that one thing, you can start adding in more and more things to it to test the entire system. So the first thing you have to do is you have to get away from this. Somebody feels like they're in a DMT hyperspace. You need to be able to measure that and go, yeah, they are, or no, they're not. Then once you do that, then you need to figure out how to contact these autonomous entities and do it step by step. You're trying to prove too many things. And when you have 3, 4, 5 things in the mix, you can't definitively say that item 1 is the cause or item 2 is the cause. You could say items 1 through 5 contribute to the cause, but you don't know how much they contribute to the cause. So you have so much more work to do before you can even do it. And then do the work, publish your paper. I mean, that's the simplest thing.
Yeah, and stop calling into shows to say that you have evidence for the supernatural when you don't.
Yeah, I guess you're right about that. I guess you guys have given me something to actually think about, because I don't want to just, dig my heels in here. I was curious what you guys are going to say about this.
Even if you were right about something going on within DMT's experience or people's experience on DMT, that doesn't mean it's supernatural. So you called in to say you had evidence for the supernatural related to DMT and that it was, I don't know, stronger than Jordan Peterson. I don't know what the hell that means. But congratulations, you got through.
An argument.
Oh, well, okay. I've had plenty of experiences on hallucinogens. I haven't done DMT, but I have done hallucinogenics. And at no point did I think that I was in contact with some alternate realm or getting in, even when there was a super strawberry with a cape and a big S and a smile on its face flying around my head saying things to me. At no point did I go, you know what? Maybe when I'm high, I'm in contact with another dimension, and there's probably some way I could prove that.
That actually makes a lot of sense. Someone who came on my podcast, The Lucid Truth, said that he actually could make the entities disappear at will. So therefore, they were projections of the mind. So maybe they aren't real. I don't know. I was a lot more confident before I made this call, actually.
Maybe they aren't real, but here's the thing. If you list everything that's known about the thing that you're talking about that can be confirmed, what is it? Like, the only thing we have is a bunch of people on drugs are reporting similar experiences, but not identical. And your number test is great. I mean, I've done, now granted, as a magician, I could fake the results on this. This is one of the reasons why you get magicians involved in the testing. This is the type of thing that Project Alpha did, not necessarily on drugs, but the sort of thing where, we're getting essentially a hidden image. We've also tested, by the way, the near-death experiences. And one of the things that has been done is you can take a piece of paper with a number on it and put it on top of the cabinets facing up, so that if anybody floats up off the table, they would be able to see it. And yet we don't have any results of people saying, oh yeah, when I floated up off the table, I noticed over here in big bold letters on the top of this was a sign that says, if you are astrally projecting, remember this number, 867-5309. That's never happened.
I'm going to try to disprove this now in the spirit of science instead of proving it, and maybe I'll have more luck in my career as a scientist.
And that's the way science works, because skepticism is not about debunking. It's not about showing that something's false. It's about attempting to confirm and then either confirming it or failing to confirm. So when you say that you're going to go out and try and disprove it, you're not really still talking about what science does, because you now have this mission of, I'm going to prove this is false. Well, let's say you spend the rest of your life trying to prove it false, and you keep failing to prove it false. Does that mean it's true?
No.
But if you keep trying to prove it true and you keep failing, that doesn't mean it's true. But the only way that you can make any headway is to actually confirm that this is actually a phenomenon. I know in my head I reversed that earlier, but I've corrected it since. And that what skepticism is doing is attempting to confirm and either confirming or failing to confirm. And so don't set out to try to prove it false. It's very rare that you're going to find something like this that you could prove is false. How would you ever show that there's not a mystical DMT realm with these autonomous entities? You have an unfalsifiable proposition. How about you think about it, get high if you want to, and if you're being responsible and legal in your area and blah blah blah, and then try to prove that it's real, or go on to other things that are more useful. Like, unless we have good reason to think that these entities in the DMT hyperspace are going to help us solve a problem with climate change, fuck them. They can call me back in 50 years.
Maybe I'll do some research into how psychedelics can help with mental illness.
That's great.
You gives me a lot to think about on this, actually. And Yeah, thanks for your ideas. I'm definitely thinking a little differently about this than I was before.
Great. Thanks,
good.
Isaac.
All right, guys.
All right.
Have a good one. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep. All right. And let's go to Alexander in Norway. Hey, Alexander, you say you want to talk about spiritual phenomena and define spiritualism. Go for it.
That's correct. Good evening, gentlemen. It's a real privilege to be here, talking to you. I've just been listening to the show for quite a long time, and I noticed particularly that Tracy Harris was very good at sort of hammering down those that came on and sort of talking about spirituality, because there was never a good explanation for it.
Yeah, and
So
I don't think you're originally.
I'm
I'm guessing here, Alexander, but I don't think you're originally from Norway.
that's right. I'm Scots. So
Yeah,
my mother tongue is English. So
yeah, I was.
Understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I'll understand you. I was in Glasgow in December. I knew where you were from right away.
Yeah, good enough, aye. But see, if I come bringing in with a partner that you have no chance, Ken, that was a bit of Scottish, just for clarification, or de-clarification. Anyway, the idea of trying to work out this stuff was quite intriguing, so I spent quite a lot of time on it. But I started the dictionary and looked at the word spirituality, and it said, I kid you not, pertaining to spiritual things.
Yes.
I think that really explained very much, So anyway,
I'm not aware of any definition. I'm not aware of any definition of spiritual that is of any use to anyone, because by and large, it tends
that's
to
right.
be
Well, I'm
used.
going to try and give you one that might be useful, okay? And you can either think it's okay, or you can pick it apart as it hits you, so to speak. So this is just a quote. I've written it down so I don't get it wrong. Wise thoughts and actions that help develop a deeper understanding of the significance of existence. That was
So basically, philosophy is spiritualism?
I don't know if you would describe it as a philosophical thing. I would certainly say when you're saying wise thoughts, you would imagine that people saying wise things is going to help you. But then there's also actions, by which I mean activities like
the Stoics said much the same thing. So how is that spiritual?
And also doing, sorry?
How is that spiritual?
Sorry?
Because the Stoics said much the same thing. Several philosophical disciplines say the same thing. So are they spiritual?
I would say that it can be certainly perceived as spiritual, yeah, because it's in the way that it's helping you to deepen your understanding of the significance of existence.
So let me ask this.
That's spiritual activity.
I have no problem with the notion that there may be wise thoughts. I don't know who determines what counts as wise or not, but I don't have any objection to wise thoughts or actions that help develop a deeper understanding of existence. I just don't know why anybody would call that spiritual, and I don't think that description maps to what most people mean when they talk about spiritual. So you've developed an entirely essence.
I think that a lot of people are saying, sorry.
No, when somebody talks about, by and large, when people talk about spiritual, they're not talking about wise thoughts and actions. They're talking about something transcendent, something about the human spirit, etc. But I don't see. Here's the thing: you've now come up with your own definition of spiritual. So now, instead of 7,232,000 definitions, there are 7,232,001 definitions of spiritual, and none of them are particularly useful, because if what you mean by spiritual is different from what somebody else means by spiritual, then you can't even use that as a word to communicate. Meanwhile, what you're describing...
Oh, yes, you can.
No, you can't. You can't. Two people can't use one word to communicate if they mean different things by it.
Well, what happens is like you said, there's nebulousness about it.
Not just nebulousness. It's a failure.
Grounding. That's all.
No, Alexander. If you mean one thing by a word and I mean another thing by a word, and we both are using the word, we're no longer communicating. We're talking past each other. Communication requires on incredibly similar understanding of the words that people are using. Meanwhile,
well, as I say, I think that a lot of spiritual people that would be described as spiritual, like the Dalai Lama and Eckhart Tolle and people like that, do talk in these terms and describe the spirituality, which is recognizable.
Yeah, and so I try
that's
to.
what I'm trying to define by my paragraph, which you don't find in the dictionary. That's all.
Okay, I'm going to define spiritual as peanut butter, and I like peanut butter, and I'm going to use peanut butter.
Yeah, yeah.
And now, what have I done What have I done to tell you anything at all about what other people mean by the word spiritual? You can have
something totally unrelated to any kind of idea of wisdom.
Yeah, so
that's exactly what you've done.
But no, but you're the only one who's saying it must be tied to some idea of wisdom. I don't accept that. I don't understand why wise thoughts can't just be called. I don't understand why wise thoughts can't just be called wise thoughts. Why would you have to call them spiritual?
It's called wisdom, yeah, wisdom.
I got no problem with wisdom. But if you're saying wisdom and spiritual are the same thing, why have two fucking words for it?
Well, there are different approaches. You can be that wisdom can be looked at in different spheres, not necessarily exclusively spiritual spheres. It doesn't necessarily.
Okay, so what you're saying then is some wise thoughts count as spiritual and some wise thoughts don't count as spiritual.
That's possible, yes.
So then your definition of spiritual, which begins with wise thoughts, is already wrong by your own admission from the outset. The first two words are wrong because spiritual isn't necessarily wise thoughts. In the end,
as I say, a lot using these words in a diffuse manner, and I'm just trying to say that to ground.
That's where we're actually trying to figure out what the precise definition is, and you keep, you say that. You started with, wise thoughts or wisdom is spiritual. We said, and then somehow we ended up with not all wise thoughts are spiritual. So your definition seems a little fuzzy there. So we keep trying to nail down this definition, and we keep going around in circles.
Yeah, because now your definition of spiritual is.
I don't want to nail.
Hang on.
I don't want to try.
Now your definition of spiritual is wise thoughts that count as spiritual and actions that count as spiritual that help develop a deeper understanding of existence. Why on earth are you trying to come up with some new definition of spiritual if the thing that you want to talk about as being good and important is wise thoughts and actions surrounding a deeper understanding of existence? And what does deeper understanding of existence even mean?
Right. Would that include, say, quantum physics?
Well, I think that from my own experience of what wise people say through the ages, I would say that somebody like Erwin Schroeder said that the total number of minds in the universe is one, and consciousness is a singularity phasing.
That doesn't sound wise to me. That sounds demonstrably false to me.
Thing.
Yeah, that does. I wouldn't count that as wise at all. In fact, not only demonstrably false, but a lot of woo there.
We're in different planes. Yeah, we're on different planes.
Yeah, we're completely on different planes in the sense that Jim and I care about reality, and you care about some metaphorical thing that's not demonstrably true. When Schrodinger says that there's only one mind, that's a deepity. To the extent that it's true, it's trivial, and to the extent that it is meaningful, it is false. Because your mind and my mind are clearly two different minds, right?
Mm.
Like you have a mind and I have a mind, right?
Yeah, but they
and they don't agree.
Wise people have said very similar things.
No, okay. You're irritating the crap out of me now, Alexander, because you keep saying a load of wise people. First of all, how did you determine that they're wise? Because what you just said is that what Schrodinger said about there only being one mind makes him wise, or is a wise thing. And I don't find it wise at all. In fact, I find it false. So what is the criteria? What is the criteria for determining whether a saying is wise or not?
Well, it's you could say that a consistency of expression in this field indicates.
So everybody, just because people consistently express things, does that mean it's true?
It means that it can be perceived as true if it's wise.
That's not what I asked. Yeah. I didn't ask about perception. No, I asked if it was true.
If that's an inadequate answer, I'm sorry. But that's the answer that occurred to me when you asked the question.
When a bunch of people say the same thing in the same way, does that mean that what they're saying conforms to reality?
It can conform to a specific field of inquiry. Yes.
No. So let's say there's 500 million people who believe that Jesus is the Son of God and the risen Savior, and there's 500 million, and they're all consistent about that. And there's 500 million people who say that Jesus wasn't the Son of God and isn't the risen Savior. Now you have two groups of 500,000 people who are each consistent in what they're saying, and yet they're saying the opposite. Now, do you see the problem?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Do you see the problem? I'm certainly not saying there's no problem in this world.
Well, no.
That's certainly not what I'm saying.
Which of those two groups is wise?
What you have to say is that as somebody who's trying to look for the truth about these matters, you'll have to consider the arguments, as in any argument situation,
I'm baffled. I'm genuinely baffled every single week at why people refuse to answer the question that they're asked. There are 500,000 people who are saying that Jesus is Lord, and 500,000 people who are saying they aren't. That's two groups. Group A, Jesus. Group B, not Jesus. They are all saying something that's consistent, which by your definition means that they're both wise. Are both of those groups in fact wise, or is one of them wise and one of them not?
Consistent based on what definition?
I would say that it's inconclusive unless you're looking deeper into the question. Yeah.
So your statement.
I agree with you that just the numbers.
No, you don't.
I do agree with you that just.
No, you don't.
It's not about the numbers. It's not about the numbers. It's about your statement that consistent statements or consistent phrasing means something conforms with reality. And Matt just focused you on a particular issue in which one side or the other is consistent with reality. And nowhere do you say, well, it depends on who is consistent with reality. You want to look at the argument deeper. I want to know who's consistent with reality.
You just tossed out some sophistry saying, well, it depends on whether or not you look deeper into the question. I'm sorry, Alexander, that's a load of fucking horseshit. There is nothing deeper in the question. One group of people is correct and one group of people is not correct. There is no other option. There's nothing deeper to see. Either the sky is blue or the sky is not blue. Either something is black or something is not black. Either Jesus is Lord or Jesus is not Lord. There is no other fucking option. There's nothing deeper to look at. What's the problem here is that you've just been faced with a dilemma which shows that your definition of what is wise is unwise.
Okay. Yeah.
And this will be the reason why the dictionary definition is what it is. Yeah. Because it is the absolute best definition.
Or description of how it's used. But I don't get. But even if we were to agree with you, even if we were to say, you know what, I really like Alexander's definition of spiritual, and from now on, we're all going to refer to spiritual as wise thoughts and actions that give a deeper understanding of existence. We still haven't done anything to demonstrate that anything spiritual in the traditional sense exists. All we've done is relabel. We've done something dishonest by saying, I suspect that but this is kind of what a bunch of people mean. Well, instead of you telling me what you think a bunch of people mean, why don't we actually do a poll to find out what a bunch of people mean?
Again, I agree with you that just having large numbers of people following something doesn't mean that it's right. I'm agreeing.
And would you also? One's
argument would have to be consistent and.
No, that's not the measure of an argument.
Convincing enough. Sorry,
whether or not someone is consistent is not a measure of how wise or true they are. Someone could be consistently wrong. Have you heard about our president?
Convincing. Yeah.
Our president's pretty fucking consistent. That doesn't mean that what he says is true, right?
Well, I meant to use the word convincing. In fact, that
that's even worse. That's even worse, Alexander, because now when you say they're convincing, all you're saying is that they convinced you, because they didn't convince me. There's not something that is like universally convincing. The fact that you're convinced tells us about you.
We find that certain directions will be convincing. Yeah.
So convincing has nothing to do with it, because people convince other people that they can sell them the Brooklyn Bridge or something else equally false all the time. So being convincing has nothing to do with it. And I think you're taking the argument for the evidence. An argument is not evidence. Okay. You need the argument and the evidence to prove that an argument is consistent with reality or truth.
Can I just give a very quick argument? Can I give a quick argument?
I'd rather have the evidence, but go ahead.
Human beings. Well, this is part of the evidence, I think, because if we look
arguments
at
cannot be evidence.
It may be possible to look at it.
He's not listening. He's not listening. He wants to.
I'm proposing that love and empathy are the most important aspects of human nature, and they will lead to a more humane society.
Yeah, we'll let you leave on that deepity, because we've gone completely off of spiritualism and the definition of spirit. So anyway, thank you for the call, Alexander. I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. Talk to you later. Bye.
Oh, I got backed into a corner. Let me talk about how important love and empathy is. If you had called in at the beginning and said, hey, I'd like to point out that love and empathy are incredibly important, I think that Jim and I probably would have immediately agreed. Love and empathy are incredibly important.
Not only would we have agreed, we probably wouldn't have taken the call, because we would agree with that entirely, and there's no point in the call.
Yeah, you might. I mean, it's love and empathy being incredibly important. It's just like one step below oxygen is incredibly important.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Patrick in Washington wants to talk about simple scientific evidences that are in the Bible that were only recently discovered by modern science. Okay, so what scientific evidence is in the Bible?
Hey, guys. Well, that's going to be hard to follow after those two callers. I got to come back to...
No, it's real easy. No, this isn't hard to follow, Patrick. All you have to do is just start with one. No. Stop interrupting. Stop with your laughter for a second. All you have to do is come up with one scientific evidence that's in the Bible that was only recently discovered by modern science. That's it.
Sure. I'll list a few real fast.
I said one. Why can you not fucking listen? I said all you have to do is list one. One. Do you know how many one is?
Pick one then.
Yes.
What topic of science would you like?
We don't
present care. Your best one, because if the best one doesn't work, the rest are shit.
Okay, so the Bible says that there's mountains and valleys under the sea. That the deepest part, or the deep part, is like that being between the roots of the mountains.
So that just sounds like a very poetic description of something you could find out by skin diving. And going swimming.
And what I'm saying is that we did discover that, and it was a big deal that that's true, and God said it before we discovered it.
And my counter to that is God didn't say it. That's just a description of what somebody could conclude from simply swimming without any modern equipment whatsoever. Just by holding your breath and going down under the water, you could go, oh, hey, this probably continues on forever. So how do that?
Meanwhile,
sure.
Give me the verse.
That one, this is a bad example because it's in Jonah, right? It has a
Okay.
bad connotation.
Then
But
we should just
asked you for
hang
your
up.
best example. Did
I
you give
just
us a bad
I asked
one?
you for your best example. I knew
Sure.
you went to
I don't
Jonah,
have scripture
and
in
it's your
front of me,
and
but he
and
described-
because would you just stop talking, because you don't know what it is. So Jonah 2 verses 3, 5, and 6 verses chapter 2 verses 3, 5, and 6 is what you're looking for, right?
I don't know. I don't have it up in front of me. I'm sorry.
Well, then you weren't prepared, were you? I was prepared. I can tell you the verse.
How are you
And-
not
and it
prepared
doesn't-
for the call?
so first of all, it doesn't say.
I would have had it already. I'm sorry.
So first of all, it does not say, hey, underneath the ocean, there are mountains and valleys. And by the way, that isn't something new that science just discovered. Anybody who ever went diving or looking for clams or shellfish or anything, or just kept their eyes open when they went out in the ocean, would
That's a good
see
argument.
coral reefs and valleys and depths and all of these things. It's absolutely, utterly mundane. Meanwhile, if the Bible said it, the time to believe it is not when the Bible said it, but after science has confirmed it. So any information that is in the Bible that is true is useless until science has actually confirmed it. So there's no point in going to it. Meanwhile, you're skipping past all the things that the Bible gets wrong. This is utterly mundane for someone to say, hey, you know what's underneath the water? Valleys and hills and everything else. Hey, it looks just like the land, except it's covered with water, which we also noticed when stuff was flooded.
Yeah.
This was your best. This does not. Just be honest and answer one question.
Yeah.
Do you really think that if the Bible says there are mountains and valleys under the ocean, which isn't quite what it says, that is somehow evidence that God has relayed true scientific information for us in this book?
No, not. No.
Then go the fuck away.
Is not enough.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Thank you. Oh, so how do you're going to call
So he just killed his own argument. Wow.
with proof and you don't even have the Bible verses you want to use? I mean, on a piece of notebook paper or something? Ugh. All right.
It's not that hard to Google.
Yeah, really. All right. So let's go with Jose in Georgia, who wants to talk about plenty of people experience the Holy Spirit, and that should be sufficient reason to believe. So
I have no evidence that anybody's ever experienced the Holy Spirit, and I'm someone who thought that I experienced the Holy Spirit. So this is going to be good, Jose. I want to tell you how we can know. Like, I thought I'd experienced the Holy Spirit, and so have other people, and yet I don't have any evidence for it. All I have is people claiming. So what evidence do we have that people have actually experienced the Holy Spirit?
Okay, so I'm not surprised that that's the first thing you said, because just like many other callers before me, anytime that we mention anything as far as like what we've experienced, you instantly close that door in our face and say,
Yes, because what
Why don't you let him talk?
I'm asking, I'm not closing the door in your face, actually. I asked you to.
No. Hold on a second.
No, you hold the fuck on for a second, because you just accused
It would have been right if you let him talk, Matt.
me of something. You saying I'm closing the door in your face. I left it open. I specifically said this will be interesting. What evidence do you have that people have encountered and had an interaction experience with the Holy Spirit? Because I'm aware that people think they have an experience with the Holy Spirit. I'm just wondering how we can demonstrate that they actually do.
So were you finished what you were saying? So I don't want to cut you off, Matt.
I'm
That's why there's
asking
a long
you to
silence.
tell us, how do we tell the difference between
Okay.
between someone who thinks they had an experience with the Holy Spirit and someone who actually had an experience with the Holy Spirit? That's it. That's the only question I have.
Okay, so it goes back to, I'm sure at one point you also had an experience where you thought you felt the Holy Spirit, correct?
I said that when you first called, if you were listening. I've asked a specific question. How do you tell the difference between person A, who actually had an experience with the Holy Spirit, and person B, who thinks they had an experience with the Holy Spirit? How do you tell the difference?
Okay, so this obviously the question you're asking is to trip me up, is to get me.
No, sir. No, Jose.
No.
This is what skepticism, critical thinking, and science would do. If you can't provide a mechanism to tell the difference between a real experience and a non-real experience, then you are on useless footing. There's no point in having a conversation. This isn't to trick you. It's only a trick if you have been tricked into thinking that you have evidence that you don't. If you have a way to tell the difference between, it's like if you're trying to sell me something, which is what you're doing, and I ask you, how do I tell the difference between your product and this scam product? And you're like, oh, you're trying to trick me.
And I know you have too.
You know I have too what?
You're saying I'm trying to sell you. I'm not trying to sell you on anything, man.
Yes, you are. You're trying to convince me that you are correct about the Holy Spirit, right?
I'm trying to convince you. Listen, what it really goes down to is.
I asked a question. Are you going to answer any of the questions I asked?
Well, Matt, you don't let the caller talk for 1 minute. You just interrupt him the whole time, so he has not even the chance to formulate a consistent argument. You are talking the whole time.
Sorry, go ahead.
Aren't you trying to convince? Aren't you? How the fuck can you?
Why do you not stop talking, Matt, and listen? Let the caller talk.
Say go ahead and then start talking.
Oh, so Jose, we're not saying that if you've had or anybody else has had an experience they define as experiencing the Holy Spirit, that they are lying to us. We're not doing that at all. What we are doing is asking you, how do we know? And how do the problem that we have is we don't know that, right? Because you can have an experience that you swear is true. And I'll give you an example from my own personal life. I had an experience where I would swear that I had cats dancing around my legs while I was asleep. I have no cats. I've never had cats.
Come on.
No, it's the same thing.
That's not the same thing to what I'm.
Yes, it is. Because
So you both don't let the caller make for 1 minute his case. The ones that have talked until now is just Matt and Eugene. Why don't you guys stop and let him just make his case and then you answer?
I can't prove to anybody else that I had that experience.
Right, but you obviously created something that is way ridiculous. That is not anything to what I'm.
No, how do you? So how would I go about proving?
I love that
an experience that was only in my mind.
Yeah, I love the person that can't give me a way to tell the difference between a real encounter with the Holy Spirit and a.
Well, did you let him even talk, Matt? You didn't. You didn't give him 1 minute to make his case.
Fake encounter with the Holy Spirit is suggesting that you're ridiculous.
Oh, okay. And now the name calling starts. Wow.
Yeah.
Matt, obviously, when I experienced, I felt it as being true. I'm not trying.
I don't care.
So, again, stopping and interrupting the caller. Oh, wow.
I don't care what you felt. I care what is real. What I'm asking you, if you came to me and said, hey, I've got a gold bracelet I'd like you to buy, and I...
So you are just being rude now, Matt, disrespectful, don't let the caller talk. You've not given him 1 minute to make his case. Wow.
Say, how do I tell the difference between this gold bracelet? How do I know if this is a real one or a fake one? And you're like, oh, you're trying to trick me. No, you're trying to trick me, which is why you won't answer the questions honestly. How do you tell the difference?
It is an art. Okay, do you understand that
He's trying, Matt. He's trying. You don't let him talk.
Requires me to think a little bit, right? And you're obviously throwing just boom, 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 trying to get me to answer something.
No, sir, I've been trying to get...
Yes, that's exactly what you're doing, Matt.
Get you to answer one fucking question.
You don't let him answer.
And furthermore, the co-host is bringing up something about dancing cats around it. That is not honest. You want DS callers, but yet...
No, it is. No,
to handle whatever.
No.
Stop, guys. Why don't you guys stop and let him talk?
Please mute Jorge for just a moment.
Yeah, you're muted.
Jose, sorry, not
Jose.
So Jose, not Jorge. Jim is not dishonest. He's telling you about an experience he actually had. He's not saying that it was real. He's saying he can't demonstrate whether or not it was real to somebody else.
And I'm specifically taking an experience that doesn't have any emotional loading for me or anybody else.
Yeah.
For a very specific reason, and that is to take out the emotional loading that happens with that. That sometimes happens with when people start talking about spiritual experiences with the Holy Spirit. So that's why I bring it up, is because it happened entirely in my mind, and I can't prove to anybody else that it happened. So you're coming off mute. So how do you prove that something that happened in your mind actually happened?
Obviously, the obvious question, and the way that Matt wants me to answer this is, we can't. There, you got the answer. Okay?
Thank you. That is the answer.
This was simply something that went further, because I have heard Matt describe that when he used to be a Christian, he experienced this, but yet, later on in life, came to find out that, it was practically bullshit what he thought was his relationship with God.
Correct.
I want to call bullshit on what he's saying, because
good. Please, Jose, prove me the fuck wrong.
How are you going to prove?
No, don't give him any tips. Prove me the fuck wrong, Jose. Come on, bring it. I'm ready.
Okay, that's fine. I have two people right now who are being hostile towards my question, towards what I wanted to call in.
Are you going to?
Wow. When do you let him even make and finish one sentence, Matt?
Prove me wrong, or are you going to sit there and whine?
No, it's not whining, Matt.
You are whining. Wow. Stop whining and prove me wrong. You say you can prove me wrong, prove it.
Okay.
The disrespectfulness is just mind-blowing.
It's obviously complete denialism on your part. You are now, what you are doing, you're covering up how you felt. In that moment was genuine. You knew it was true.
I'm not. And you are especially.
I'm done. Bye,
Jose, you are especially stupid for bringing that up, because I would, if in fact.
So what a crazy call. You don't let the caller talk. You don't permit him to make the case. You name call him.
Was trying to deny an experience I actually had. I would have never told you I had the experience. See, the thing is, Jose, you can't prove me wrong, because in order to prove me wrong, the first step you would have to do is the thing I asked at the beginning, which was provide a mechanism to be able to tell the difference between a real encounter with the Holy Spirit and a false one. But you can't do that, which means you can't possibly prove me wrong. Because all I've ever said is I had those experiences. I thought they were real. And then I found I had no good reason to think they were real. And when I found that, instead of doubling down like you've done and pretending like I had evidence like you've done and pretending like I could prove things that I can't prove, I consented and gave in to the evidence and decided I can no longer believe that. And now you're going to call, and your best thing is you're going to prove me wrong by saying it's obviously denialism on my part. Well, let me tell you something, Jose. That's obviously projection on your part.
And how do you know that you are not wrong, Matt?
Yeah, you'd have to be able to read Matt's mind, and we don't have the technology to do that yet.
Yeah.
All right.
Someday.
Yeah.
When that happens, this show is going to go away, because I'm going to put that thing on every caller, and it's just going to be a light, like, there's going to be like a thing across it.
Now, just analyzing that 10 minutes, how much the caller talked and how much you guys talked. You didn't permit him to finish one sentence.
The top that just says does not actually believe what they're saying, and it's going to be lit all the fucking time when the caller's on.
Or says no evidence in reality, completely from the brain. So, all right.
I love it.
So
prove me wrong.
Next one, is Kendall in Oregon, who wants to know why we're atheists and what evidence would convince us of Christianity.
Good question.
Actually, the question was framed, was different. Actually, it was more like, what if you are always an atheist, then what evidence would convince you, or are you looking for that would make you a Christian? if you were Christian and became an atheist, then what evidence that against Christianity that made you an atheist?
I'm going to let Jim do most of this, but I want to start by saying you seem to think that there's only two options, Christianity and atheism, which means you left out Islam and Hinduism and Judaism and Scientology and everything. But I was a Christian. I'm now an atheist because there's not sufficient evidence to believe in a God, period.
Right.
So you simply didn't answer the question. What will convince you to become a Christian? What would be the evidence which would overweight materialism? That's what the caller asked, and you simply dodged it.
So the problem that I have with your question is that it requires a bit of dishonesty on that I don't have.
Hello?
Sorry, I think there was a bit of an internet hiccup there with Jim. Are you still there?
Breaking up. Yeah. You're breaking up. Okay, good.
Well, Jim,
Jim,
I think you had an internet drop, but you're back now.
Okay, good. So basically, you're the prosecuting attorney attempting to prove that God exists. I'm either the defense attorney and or the jury, depending on what role I choose to do. And I usually like to do defense attorney. So my job is to simply prove how you have, or simply to show how you haven't proven your case.
That's the game that you guys play. You never actually try to answer that question, which was a good one. What would convince you to become a Christian or a theist? And what is the burden of proof that would convince you? And we know that you might have no answer to that question. You say you don't know, but God knows. So what are you actually doing there at your show?
So I'm not going to prejudge evidence. I want you to show me the evidence, then I can show you how that doesn't prove your case. So there is technically no evidence that would actually convince me. There is evidence that will convince me. I just don't know what it is. So
you do not have a brain to think what would be evidence, for example, evidence of design in nature, and which you could compare to what material causes can do or non-intelligence can do, and you compare it to what intelligence can do, and then you look if there are signatures of intelligent creation in nature. You can't do that, or you do not want to do that. What is it, Jim?
That's the problem that you have.
No. He has no problem. You have a problem because your epistemology is wrong and your whole framework of investigation is wrong. And you are just playing the game which you guys have set up just to challenge that the theist brings evidence in regards of theism, but never challenge if materialism actually makes any sense.
I was also a Christian, specifically a Catholic, and I became a atheist because I realized that I had no good evidence for my position.
Okay, do you have good evidence now to say that materialism tops theism in terms of explanatory power to explain our origins? Have you ever thought about that question, Jim?
To believe that theism was true.
Okay.
Jim and I are kind of the same.
Well, what compels you to think that? Right there, it's like you have an expectation of what the evidence is.
No.
No. I took the evidence that I had and said it wasn't enough.
Yeah. When people ask me what would change my mind, my answer's been
okay.
When people ask me what would change my mind, my answer's been the same for years, and that is, I don't know what would change my mind.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem, Matt. You do not even have a framework of investigation.
But if there's a God, that God absolutely knows what would change my mind, and that God.
Yeah, he has given us enough evidence to find him. That's why many people have found the Christian faith, have found Christ, have found salvation, and they are believers now. So it's not on God. You cannot shift the blame on God and say that he is incapable of giving you sufficient evidence. He has given enough evidence for those that want to believe, and he has given enough darkness to those that want to live autonomously to him.
is capable of presenting that evidence, and that hasn't happened, which means either that God doesn't exist or that God doesn't want me to know he exists.
Yeah, that's blame shifting, and that's simply not true.
Or you just don't want to have a relationship, or you want salvation. You don't want
salvation.
No.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point, Matt.
Doesn't matter what I want.
Of course it matters what you want, because if you do not want to have a relationship with God, then of course you will not seek it.
God can prove himself to me whether I want him to or
no, he doesn't have to prove himself to you. He doesn't have to prove himself to you. But if you seek him, he will reveal himself to you, and you will find him. And he will find you. The problem is not God, the problem is you.
we're not, right?
Yes.
And if God can prove himself to me, no matter what I want, and God wants me to know he exists, why hasn't he done it?
Why did you not seek him with an open heart? If you do it, then you will find him, as many have.
He wants you to have salvation. If you don't want it, he's not going to do that.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Kendall.
I'm asking.
Hang on, Kendall. Could God reveal himself to me in such a way that I know he exists, and then I could just say, I don't want your salvation, right?
Yes, he has done it. He has given us direct revelation through the Bible. He has given us natural revelation through the natural world. There is more than ever has been before evidence pointing to a creator. Science points to a creator. And you demonstrate that you are simply not interested to really seek him, because if you would, you would find him.
Yes, but he wouldn't need to do that. He knows everything. He knows what.
No. You don't get to get out of this by suggesting that because God knows I wouldn't accept it, he's not going to bother. That's a load of shit. God could reveal himself to every person on the planet, absolutely. And
yeah, he could, but he has good reasons not to do it, because if he would demonstrate his existence in a manner that we could not deny him, he would become a tyrant, and we could not live anymore and choose freely what we want. So people that would not want to have him, they would not have the free choice to live autonomously to him. That's why he does not simply demonstrate himself in a way that we cannot deny him.
And people could still say, I don't want anything to do with you, right?
Right.
That's not how it would be. It wouldn't be like that, Matt. If God would show up in a way that we cannot deny him anymore, then he would basically become a tyrant. He would basically impose himself even to those that do not want to live with him. And that's not what God wants.
Right.
So why hasn't that happened? Why is God playing the longest game of hide and seek? Why is it that you're calling in with zero evidence?
Well, the evidence is there. Christ became man. He demonstrated that he is God. He made miracles that nobody else can do. We have plenty of evidence of his historical existence, so you are without excuse.
Why is it that the thousands of people who called this show over the 15 years I've been hosting it have presented zero evidence?
Well, that's just your opinion, nothing else. It's not because the callers have been faulty in providing the evidence. It's just your mindset, which is closed, and you have set a burden of proof which is so high that nothing will convince you. So it's not a problem of the callers. It's your problem.
No God has ever given me so much as a hangnail. No God has ever interacted with me in any detectable way. And yet you guys are all convinced that somehow I'm just closed-minded?
Yeah, you're closed-minded. And you are making an epistemological framework which is just nonsense. Just nonsense. And you are going to debate epistemology, Matt? Well, set it up first for yourself, because what you have is just flawed. You need to evaluate both propositions, the materialistic proposition and the theistic proposition. And all you do is questioning theism, but you don't question in the same manner materialism. Because if you would, then you would recognize that materialism provides basically no compelling explanations in regards of our origins and our existence. There are none. There is no explanation in regards of the origin of the universe. It's fine-tuning. the laws of physics, the origin of life, biodiversity. Science has basically no compelling explanation whatsoever to any of those questions. And if you would be an honest seeker, you would find it out, and you would not sit on that chair and keep challenging theists.
It's not so much closed-minded; it's just closed-hearted. Your heart,
well, my heart
So
pumps
what does the
blood,
heart have to
so
do with
I
evidence?
don't care about, my heart doesn't evaluate evidence.
Hi, Nicholas. Hello?
Hello, I was on the other screen because I was going to let you know I'm here. Oh, I could have done the private chat. Duh.
Okay.
Hello, brother.
Yeah, hello, Nicholas. Great
Shalom.
at my channel. Yes, shalom. Do you want to add something to what I'm just pointing out here?
No, I haven't been in the room for the past moment, but I was listening a minute ago.
Okay.
I'd like to get the phone number because I guess I call and I'll be on hold for a while. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so I can't read the screen, obviously, but do you have the phone number on hand?
Yes, it's
Give me 1 second. I gotta unlock my phone and everything because I'm literally gonna dial it in when you give it to me.
Okay, it's 512.
Okay, sorry, my phone's not
put
going.
it here in the private chat so you can write it down, and then
perfect.
I'll move on. Is that okay? Just a moment.
And I'll just have to speak up when the call comes or whatever, because then I'll have to go outside.
Yes, they will keep you on the line. You will listen, and then when they call your name, then you know that you are online, and then you will starting to talk to them.
Yeah, I'll be listening to my phone.
Okay, 991. Just a moment. I'll give you the number. Okay.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So what's your evidence?
Yep. What reason is there to believe in God?
I have to clarify though what I mean by Christian. I'm just talking about the salvation part, not the relationship part and worship.
Well, so if you're going to prove salvation, what do I need to be saved from? God? Because I kind of agree with you there. But what do I need salvation from? What do I need to be saved from?
From your sins, Jim. From your sins.
And
well, the easy answer.
That all who are of the truth hear Christ's voice. My name's Nicholas, and I'm from the Sacramento area, California. No, I am a Christian.
Has she put you on hold, Nicholas?
Thank you. Bye. Oh, I thought I muted you. I didn't know you were waiting on me. I thought it was silent because I thought I turned you off so that she wouldn't hear you. But they're done taking calls for today because I'm too late.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I guess I should have called before I finished eating to get a jump on being put on hold. But next week is another shot because I scheduled something because I had no idea. So next week I'll be sure to be free at was it 5:30 Eastern Standard Time, right?
Yeah,
on Sunday. Okay, so yeah, if I can do this next week again, I'd like to really be on the ball and get my phone call through.
Cool, great. Let's see how that works out next week then, Nicholas. So
yeah.
shall we let's keep on. And if you want to stop to comment or something, just tell me and I stop and you can comment. Okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Answer is from yourself, because the sins you've committed.
Whoa! If there is no God and I don't accept there is one, how do I commit sin? I can do things that are unethical, but that's not necessarily sinful. Just to be clear.
Right.
Oh, here's where I have an answer for them. That the word sin means to miss the mark. And it's not that it doesn't mean to break God's law, but both in Hebrew and Greek, the way God chose to say it is miss the mark, or it means to make a mistake. So if they're going to claim that they've never missed a target or that they've never made a mistake, then they can claim they're without sin.
Yes, but he is basically correct, Nicholas, because if there is no God, then there are no objective moral values and there are no ought to be's. There is no one above us which enforces moral values. And then basically we are just on our own and we can just set up by our own what we think is all right and what is not, but that's not objective, that's subjective. And then basically there are no real moral or objective rules.
Well, then still, if they admit they've made mistakes, even if they're subjective mistakes, they're still admitting they made mistakes. They're still admitting that they've committed sins, and that even if there is no God to declare them sinners, if they admit they made mistakes, they admit that they declare themselves sinful.
Yes, but as said, if they say that, for example, stealing is okay, and someone else says stealing is wrong, that's just an opinion of each of the both persons. So who is right? It's just a matter of opinion if there is no enforcing higher being which says what is okay and what is not.
Yeah, so if their opinion is that they've made mistakes, like if Matt Dillahunty admits he's made mistakes, that's the meaning of the word sin. So that would mean Matt Dillahunty's opinion about himself would be that he has committed sin. So it might be his opinion, but his opinion should mean something to him.
Yeah, maybe. Let's keep going.
Right. I didn't know you were going there. Yeah. So you're saying how do you confirm that and everything?
No, what we would like you to say. So you say that we need to be saved from ourselves because of our sin, but all of that is just your view of Christian doctrine. I have no reason to think that there is any such thing as sin. I have no reason to think that I am in danger of anything. I don't think that there's anything for me to be saved from or to. Like, is it sinful for a man to have sex with another man?
Yes, because sin is a biblical.
But it's not unethical.
So if I have sex with another man, that is sin that your God is here to protect me from?
Yeah, because when he makes moral proclamations, they're not arbitrary. It's based upon his nature. So
no.
Does that?
No.
Hang on.
So he doesn't let him finish. But last week, I think, he answered that. And he said, well, if two men have sex together, they are not hurting anyone. And if it is consensual, then there is no problem.
Hang on. Now you've got God making proclamations. Name one proclamation that God has ever made, and how do we know that it came from God?
And how do we know it came from God?
I just want to know. Give me one example of a proclamation made by God. What that proclamation is, and how do we know that it came from God?
And how do we know? You asked me how to confirm that. That's a whole different discussion. I feel like, but
it's the only discussion that fucking matters. It's the most important part.
Jesus Christ.
What about Jesus Christ?
Prove that your God said something.
You can't
then
even
how
show
do you know
Jesus
your God
exists?
exists?
Right.
That's the thing. the theist, he doesn't have to show anything. He has just to make a case which is more compelling than materialism. And you're always coming up with that demand of theists to show you something. We don't have to show you anything.
Right. But this is going away from the whole point of what I was asking.
I don't care.
No, it really
You should care about what the caller wants to say.
isn't, because we were asking for evidence, right? And so if you're going to make the claim that your God makes proclamations, we're asking, what are the proclamations and how do you know he made them? We want the evidence for that. We haven't stopped asking for evidence.
Claim.
Sorry, what?
Claim. This is not about, being a theist, it's about beliefs. It's
No.
Convincing people this.
Oh my gosh.
Belief.
Kendall.
No. So you're talking about faith, not belief.
So you are, Kendall, this is really easy. You're convinced that your God has proclaimed that it is wrong for one man to have sex with another man, correct?
Yes.
How do we know that God proclaimed that?
I just gave you the answer. I said Jesus Christ and his.
No. Jesus Christ is not an explanation for how we know that God said men shouldn't sleep with men. Because first of all, you have no evidence that Jesus said anything.
Oh, sorry. Science. We know that from science.
So science tells us that God.
No. We know that through the Bible, through the Gospels, we have the testimonies which tells us what Christ said. And it's sufficient evidence to believe it.
Proclaimed that it's immoral for a man to sleep with another man.
Yeah, because what I said, remember I said, it's not.
Okay, this is beyond stupid at this point.
Yeah, because first of all.
Never mind.
Science does not confirm that God said it was wrong for one man to have sex with another man.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just.
How do we know God said it? Science. Well, at least you're partially on the right track.
Yeah, that was not an adequate answer, of course. But again, you don't need to know it. You can investigate, you can check if the Gospels are true, you can read books about it, and then you can make up your mind. And it doesn't have to do anything about absolute proofs. What we need is just a compelling case, and the case for Christ is overwhelming.
Please go learn what science actually does say and what it doesn't say, and you'll be on much better footing. Because at no point in the history of science has science ever said, you know what? God said it's wrong to suck a dick.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Let's go with the atheist caller.
We do see
this might be a little bit of fun, and we're going to go with Kay in New Hampshire.
Do you want to pause it,
well-being should not be the basis for morality. Instead, it should be freedom.
Yeah.
I mean, we do see that by nature, children are human life. We value that, and children come from heterosexual relationships, and homosexual relationships do not produce children. So we do see, just from an objective observation of it, we do see that heterosexuality is at the very least superior, and it has more value in it than homosexuality. At the very least, that's something that even an atheist can see the facts of.
Yes, of course we know that homosexuality is unnatural. It is also causing many health problems. It has caused AIDS and many other things. Let's keep on.
Hello?
Oh,
go ahead.
That's really easy to respond to, but go ahead.
Shit, this is very bizarre, Well, I've often heard you say that the basis for morality should be well-being.
Right.
And I get the feeling that every time that somebody brings morality up, you always want to have a monopoly on the word. Like somebody will try to bring up something regarding to Christianity, and you will say something like, "Oh, then we're no longer talking about that." I feel like that's one of the things that you guys should work on, but also your own morality.
So get to the morality part and get off the commentary on the show.
Yeah, because it says here that you don't think that well-being should be the foundation for morality, but you think it should be freedom.
Yeah, because there are instances where you could say that something is not conducive to well-being, but it should still be free. It should still be something that.
So I think that morality should be based on well-being, and you think it should be based on freedom, which means I should be able to punch you in the nose with no moral consequences because that's freedom.
No, I'm talking about my own freedom, meaning that if I want to get punched in the face, it's not conducive to my well-being, but I should still be able to say I want to get punched. It's not regarding your freedom; it's mine, and it's yours as well.
Yeah. So
do you see where I'm coming from?
No, because the reason you care about freedom is because it contributes to your well-being, because you have objections to not being free. Because a world where you are not free is less conducive to your well-being. Meanwhile, a world where you are completely free is anarchy and does not have anything to do with ethics or morality.
Wait a second. And anarchy is only the position of, people being able to govern themselves without a government. And
anarchy is the logical consequence of atheism, Matt, because when there is no God, there are no ought to be's from above, and then people basically, they are on their own, and they can make up their own moral standard. And we know that atheistic regimes, they have always led to chaos and to oppression, and they didn't survive much time.
Not a central government. That's all. It doesn't regard morality.
That's also the ultimate form of freedom.
That is the ultimate form of freedom. You're all free to do whatever you want. Unfortunately,
right. So long
we have to share space with people who we don't agree with, and so your freedom and my freedom are going to come in conflict. And how do we resolve that conflict?
Right, and so
we resolve that conflict. We resolve that conflict by talking about well-being.
No, we talk about freedom and how your freedoms will affect my freedoms. And so, I'm not saying that we should have absolute freedom. That's not what I'm trying to.
But do you agree that freedom contributes to your well-being?
Well, you can't if you don't agree, if you don't think you should have absolute freedom, now you put yourself in the position where you have to define what freedoms you should have and what freedoms you shouldn't have. And what foundation are you going to use to determine which freedoms you should have and which freedoms you shouldn't have? You can't use freedom as a foundation.
Right, but it comes to I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the question quite right, but
I know you don't. Here's the thing. If our freedoms come in conflict, how do you determine which freedom gets priority?
Well, that's the thing. How would our freedoms come into conflict? Give me an example.
Oh my gosh.
Really?
We just finished having this conversation. You just gave examples. I'm responding to what you said. Okay. You said you wouldn't advocate for absolute freedom, which means you want limited freedom. What criteria do you use?
Sure.
What criteria do you use to determine which freedoms are allowed and which freedoms are not allowed?
Well, this is again, like I said, based on the individual. Have you heard of that?
Okay, so let me try an example here. Should I be allowed to sell you the Brooklyn Bridge?
Well, if I want to be sold, yeah. You see where I'm coming from?
The Brooklyn Bridge that I have no right to sell.
You have nothing to teach me or anyone else about morality.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said if I want to be sold. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the Brooklyn Bridge part.
Is it moral
Bridge
for me to sell you the Brooklyn Bridge?
If you don't own it, then yeah.
Then yes, it is moral.
It's.
If you don't own it, then you're not allowed to. Then it would be immoral because then you would be stealing.
How dare you impinge on Jim's freedom?
For absolute freedom, because if there's absolute freedom, I would be allowed to do that. And what makes it wrong for me to sell you something I don't own?
He just answered that. His justification for limiting your freedom is that you don't own the Brooklyn Bridge, which means he recognizes that there is some sort of potential con or harm involved in you selling the Brooklyn Bridge, which means we're back to well-being and we're not talking about freedom. This is a big waste of time.
Do you not see that could apply to your own morality as well? Do you not see how, arguing for well-being would eventually result in somebody being having their freedoms taken away?
Yes, because my foundation is well-being, not freedom. Freedom is a function of that. Your foundation is freedom, and it falls apart instantly. Well-being can't fall apart. That's what it's all about. Freedom can. Your foundation is horribly flawed.
If you have somebody who,
you think so?
For whatever reason, consistently wants to negatively impact somebody's well-being, then doesn't society have the right to protect themselves from that individual?
I don't know the entire story. Maybe that individual, the one that's about to be harmed, deserves it.
Yeah, no, this is not somebody who can. This is not somebody who can think in the abstract, which is what's required to actually have a thought process about morality. Instead, you want specifics. See, the thing is, you can't have absolute freedom. You recognize that, which means you must put limits on freedom. And the second you say we must put limits on freedom, the question then is, what is the new foundation upon which you are going to limit freedom? And the answer to that is well-being.
You get right. Because
congratulations, you just agreed with me after calling in to prove me wrong.
Wait, hold on a second. You brought up anarchy, and you never consider the fact that I might in fact be an anarchist. What's wrong with that?
I don't care if you're an anarchist. If you're an anarchist, then we disagree. You called in to say that the foundation for morality should be freedom and not well-being. And I pointed out that if you have that as a foundation, then you're going to end up with it breaking down, and you need something to determine which freedoms you're going to allow. And that foundation is well-being. So you called in to prove me wrong and ended up proving me right.
Yeah.
I still disagree.
Well, you're still just as wrong as you were when you started the call, but you proved me right.
Yeah.
All right, let's one last thing, and what about alcohol? Am I not allowed to drink alcohol because it's not conducive to my well-being? Or should
I have no interest in discussing moral specifics with you, because that's the only thing.
Angelo,
yes,
the consumption of alcohol
I have a
is not a moral
request of
dilemma.
You. Well,
what is it?
Never mind. I was just going to say maybe we could let this guy stay and be gracious, because we know sinners are sinners, But he's ready to just leave. He's not listening anyway, so whatever. But as long as I'm on the mic, I will respond to all this stuff about basing morality in well-being, because these people have no idea what well-being is. Anyone who is of the truth hears Christ's voice. So if you want someone to know what morality is, they have to be of the truth. So it has to be someone who hears Christ's voice, or otherwise they won't even know what well-being is, because they don't even have the truth.
Well, the question is, well-being is such a vague concept, and I can give you an example. If I am going to steal a jewelry store and I get rich and I'm not getting caught, then I will promote my well-being.
Yeah, there's also all these issues of whose well-being, well, anyway, he's just saying it's the basis for it. He's not fleshing it out. But
it is really vague, well-being in what sense?
Yeah, and that's the thing. You can only know what well-being is because you can only know what is good to be if you know God. And so they keep saying it's based on well-being, but without a definition, then there's no basis.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. And if someone contradicts Matt and says, well, the real deal is to promote just my own well-being, and all the rest of other people I don't care about them because this is the only life I have, and once I am dead, I am dead. So I want to promote the best well-being during my lifetime because this is the only life I have. And if there is no God, hey, who hinders you to just live egoistically and hedonistically?
Yeah, agreed.
Let's keep on.
What is it? Is what he asked.
I heard him.
Yeah,
I don't have
okay.
it.
What is it?
So you need to demonstrate, first of all, that there's some sort of moral evaluation that is that can be determined of should I drink alcohol or not? Because the question, should I drink alcohol, is not necessarily a moral question.
Oh, okay. Maybe you didn't understand where I was coming from. Should you stop me from doing something that I want? You know, my life is short. You know, I have so very much time in this world, and if you try to deny me any rights, whichever ones they may be, you know, so long as they're not bothering you, then you are taking away some richness from my life. And so, you know, that's where I'm coming from. You know,
we limit freedoms all the time. We limit freedoms all the time, and we do it for good reason. That's the point. That's why freedom can't be the foundation. It is whatever criteria you use to determine which freedoms to limit that becomes the foundation.
But who gets to say that limit is applies to me as well?
It's not a who gets to say. Who gets to say is the wrong question. We either agree on a foundation or we don't. And you can have your foundation of freedom all you want.
The wrong one. Yeah, I'm having trouble with this brand new Logitech camera. I will.
Universe and the origin of time, space, and matter. Now, even if we don't know, well, if there is a cause to time, space, and matter, which is, I guess, what we're looking for if we talk about a God. If there's a God, we don't know, regardless of what I'm talking about, even put the word God aside, because that implies something like Zeus or a deity or a really upset being. If there is a cause to time, space, and matter, even if we don't know whether it's conscious or not, so putting consciousness of it aside just for a moment, because we need to kind of go in steps. If there is a cause to time, space, and matter, surely it needs to be irrespective. Its existence needs to be irrespective to time, space, and matter, which, in my understanding, eliminates, it doesn't prove the God of Abraham, but it eliminates every other God besides that God, because as far as the Jews understand the God of Abraham, it is timeless, it is spaceless, it is immaterial, and therefore, it's not that it proves that God is real.
Look at the face.
It's that it eliminates absolutely every.
Look at the face of these two guys. This color makes a great point, and he's spot on. Now let's see the answer of these two here.
Other one.
So first of all, you've lumped together several things as if there's a single cause for time and space and matter, and that precludes the notion that something has always existed and that what we're seeing with like time and Big Bang cosmology is a change from what was to what is. Meanwhile, I don't see how that's ruled out every other God, and I'm not convinced that it rules in the Abrahamic God, because it's not like the Abrahamic God is listed as necessarily transcendent of space and time, just that it.
That's how the biblical God is described. And as an ex-Bible student, Matt, you should know this.
Can move and operate independent of space and time doesn't mean that it could have existed before space and time. As a matter of fact,
it's not about before, Matt. It's beyond space and time, because beyond the universe there was no time.
The notion of before time is already so nonsensical that I don't see how anything, God or otherwise, conscious or otherwise, could survive that. I mean, how do you?
Yes, it is possible. God can exist in a realm of where there is no time. That's absolutely not a problem.
That's how do you talk about something that existed before time?
You gave the answer, Matt. It's beyond time.
Because existence is temporal. Existence
No, no. That's just a made-up claim. That's not true.
Requires time. You can't exist for 0 seconds.
Not true. That's just dishonest, and that's a lie. You're just lying here, Matt. That's not true.
Did I say before? I said irrespective.
Yeah, he didn't even say before. You said before, Matt. So you erected a straw man and then shut it down.
So not necessarily before, but the fabric of time and space as we know it are bound, and matter requires space. So in your original rebuttal,
sure, but
are inherently connected.
I know, Matt.
Why don't you stop and let him finish? You just are interrupting him.
Matter. So I get it. Matter requires space, but time it doesn't necessarily require either. And there's no reason to think that matter and space didn't always exist. That what we're talking about is an expansion, not a creation.
Wow. Wow. What a straw man. You have never studied Big Bang cosmology, Matt? The universe had a beginning, and that is confirmed widely by the majority of cosmologists, and you don't know that? Woo.
So therefore, and I take your point as valid because there's still a debate, as far as I'm aware, whether the universe is eternal or not eternal. Is that correct?
No, not the universe. No. Our local presentation of the universe has a beginning, but that doesn't tell us about the cosmos, which is whatever everything is, whether it's multiple universes, a multiverse, or anything else. But
the cosmos also would have had a beginning, Matt. And you're 15 years in this business and you don't know that?
Also, causation, existence is necessarily temporal, which means you can't have existence for 0 time. And causation requires time.
No, it doesn't require time. You can have the cause and the effect at the same time. It can be a transition which doesn't require time.
As in something happened at this time that goes to this time, which means it doesn't make sense and breaks down the second you start talking about time beginning.
What doesn't make sense is just your claim.
Only as far as we've observed.
Correct, but I'm not interested in what we haven't observed. You don't get to just speculate and say that that's reasonable because we haven't observed it yet.
Oh, you're interested in multiverses?
No, I'm not actually interested in multiverses. That's not my field of expertise. I'm just pointing out that your simplistic notion fails because causality requires time, so there can't be a
again lying. It's not true.
Cause to time. And existence requires time,
so there can't. Sure that it does.
So 2 lies, one after the other. Wow.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, I say wow, Matt.
Because I'll tell you why. Let me just make the point. We're basing that on our observations within a time-bound observable universe. So therefore, within that time-bound observable universe, where things are bound to the construct of time-space, causality requires time because things happen within seconds and nanoseconds.
Right. So
why don't you let him finish?
What you're appealing.
Let him finish. You have interrupted him.
What you're appealing to is a type of causation which has never been demonstrated, for which we have 0 evidence for.
It doesn't have to be demonstrated. You just need a little bit logical thinking, and then you will be understanding what is being said.
That is the foundation, is that you are appealing to a special type of causation which you cannot demonstrate.
Doesn't have to be demonstrated. You always require for demonstration. You did that also in my call. You ask for demonstrations where there is no requirement for that, Matt.
So therefore, are you deducting from that or concluding from that the universe or the cosmos is eternal? That the physically observable is eternal?
The physically observable, our local, oh my God.
Yeah, that's not what he's asking. He's asking if the universe or your cosmos, which you proposed, if it is eternal.
Universe. I'm not presuming that it's eternal at all. Wow. Have you got the show playing to where it's echoing back at us, or are you just interrupting over and over?
Who is interrupting over and over is you, Matt.
I'm just interrupting.
Okay, so the position we're in is we don't have an explanation for the origin of the universe because it's not something we can investigate, and we are blocked and prohibited from investigating it. And so the correct answer is I don't know what caused the universe, or if a cause is even.
If there was a beginning of the universe, then there was a cause. So your I don't know is not justified.
The right word for it. I don't know if something could be before time or outside of time because that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, but you propose it. You talk about before time. The caller didn't.
You are appealing to causality that has not been demonstrated and couldn't.
It doesn't have to be demonstrated again.
Not be demonstrated in order to justify claiming that your solution is the most likely.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, that's what the caller is proposing, and that's the only rational epistemological framework to use abductive reasoning to the best explanation. And you hijack that all the time when you ask for demonstrations.
Well, he uses.
I know you haven't said.
Dillahunty kind of uses solipsism as like an escape out of being reasonable. And it's funny because I've seen his debate with Saiten Bruggencate. And Saiten in his opening totally called out Dillahunty for like hanging up on solipsists and stuff for being solipsists. And then at one point, like someone's like, well, I know you hate solipsism, but and then he kind of said under his breath, well, I sort of am a solipsist. Dillahunty did. But he just uses it when it's convenient and doesn't use it when it's not convenient.
Yeah,
so epistemologically, it's just nothing. There's no epistemology in it at all.
He's terrible epistemologically.
Yeah,
Terrible.
agreed.
His whole framework of epistemology is flawed. He never questions materialism, if that makes sense. Never. He is just one-sided in regards of theism.
Yeah, so that's a major special pleading right there that he's very, very guilty of.
Yes. He's just one-sided. And I actually pointed that out in one of my calls, and then he said, oh, but I investigated that a long time ago. And then Jamie, his co-host, did spring in and said, oh, we don't believe in either materialism nor theism. We just don't know. So they resort to agnosticism,
This demonstrates God exists, but your point seems to be that of the potential.
Yes, Nicholas?
I was just going to say, yeah, and once they go to agnosticism, it's just like they're just kind of refusing to have the discussion and then pretending that like they've made a point or something.
Yeah. Here someone asks, why can theists never answer a straight question on this show? Well, I think that it is very difficult to have a dialogue where you are interrupted all the time, where you have the difficulty to actually develop a thought and present it, and you don't have on the other side someone that is actually having the patience to listen to what the caller has to say. And this disconcerts completely the caller, and he becomes confused. We see that all the time. So
potential explanations, the Abrahamic God is the most likely, right?
What I'm doing is a bit of an either or, with similar to what you did before with the Lord Jesus. Time always existed, or time didn't always exist. If time always existed, then
correct.
Let him speak.
I get it. And Big Bang cosmology shows that time didn't always exist. That we don't know for sure that that's correct because we don't know anything absolutely. But
that's the main stream cosmological position. All the major cosmologists and astrophysics they believe that the universe had a beginning and that time, space, and matter had a beginning. So that's what has to be worked with.
Yeah, and then when he says because we don't know anything for certain, like that's just irrelevant. I mean, who cares what that brings to the table? This idea of solipsism, like he literally just mentioned it. It's like, who cares what that brings to the table? We only want to hear about the stuff that actually engages the topic.
Mm-hmm.
Cosmology has time beginning, but it doesn't have matter and space beginning.
Okay, so let's remove them. I'm happy to take a step back, no problem at all.
But
the time
well, I think we can solve this really quickly then, Danny. Do you have a way to demonstrate what was the origin of time?
So
again, he is asking all the time to demonstrate something. No, we don't have to demonstrate anything. We just have to stick to the best explanation.
Well, he also knows it's unfair because he just like cited solipsism. I mean, he's paying attention to what we don't know and can't know. So like he's literally a magician, and that's all this is he knows it's totally unfair to ask for a demonstration when in the context a demonstration is not possible, even if it is true. And it's just completely unfair, completely irrelevant. It's just a magic trick. It's just deception.
It's just a verbosity.
So the origin of time is timeless. Irrespective, I can't go from A to Z.
How do you know that? How do you prove that?
No, because you could have a multiverse with a different type of time.
Now look at that. He talks about multiverses, something that he proposes as a hypothesis, which is completely unproven, which we have absolutely no evidence for it. It cannot be demonstrated. And I've seen him bringing up multiverses multiple times.
Yeah, and it's a deep philosophical argument, so I can't get into it. But I do have an argument that even if you give equal weight of possibility to like a multiversal universe, or just the one single universe we live in, when you get to the end of reviewing what's likely, it's far more likely that there would be one and not multiple.
Yes.
And there's a video on that on my channel. I talk with Snake was right about it a couple times, and it's in the section discussions with atheists with Snake was right. So if anyone does want to actually hear the argument that there's no time for now, you can check it out.
Well, the thing is that the multiverse just brings you the problem a step back, but it doesn't solve the problem because a multiverse also needs a beginning, and then you have to ask the same question. So what did the multiverse bring into existence? What caused it into existence? So you have not actually answered anything with the multiverse. So it's just a worthless proposal and hypothesis.
Oh, that's a very good response. Easy for everyone to follow and very solid. Yeah.
And then our universe begins with its own local time. And so maybe time always exists in another form.
That's time.
What?
So do you believe that, Matt? Do you believe that time always existed in another form? That's your proposal.
That's time. Why are you making up another time just to get around it?
Because our local time, just like our local space, is
another type of time.
I have no interest in talking to you then.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I do. I genuinely do. But you asked a question and I couldn't. The thing is, we have the local time of the universe, which our current cosmology shows had a beginning, right?
Yeah. I dropped you, Matt.
Oh, crap. I shouldn't have said what I said. That's entirely my fault. So here's the thing. I'm not. Basically, Danny accused me of inventing another time that.
You see, this is a good caller. He is educated. He has a good argument, but they just throw him out. You know?
It was just time. No, it's not. And here's the example. I live in the universe. Same one that Jim does, as far as I can tell. Mm-hmm. And so I can pull up my clock and say it's 5:57 here.
Okay. You firstly need to demonstrate that the multiverse needed a beginning. Well, I can explain you that. If you start counting from now, and you count for 1,000 years, then you have a finite period of time that it passed. And you can keep counting for 1 billion years, and then you look back, then you have again a finite period of time that has passed. So you cannot transverse that finite period of time to get into an infinite period of time. So when you have an addition of time sections, then you cannot get to infinity. That's not possible. So if you look past into the past, then that's the same situation. You cannot have an infinite period of time that has transcurred. That's not possible. And I can put a link to a paper which explains that to you.
Here, Central Time, 1757. And Jim can say, yes, that's a case. Now, I can have a Sims game running on my computer, and it has its own clock and its own time, and I can pause it, and I can turn it off, and I can speed it up, and I can slow it down, because I exist outside of the timeline of that Sims universe. Now, we don't know if there's another timeline in a multiverse or something else of which ours is an independent, isolated part. I'm not suggesting that that is the case. I'm not appealing to super time. I'm saying you can't demonstrate, Danny, that that's not the case. But you have to assume that it's not the case. You have to assume that time is just time, rather than our local time. And yet we know from relativity that that can't be the case even within our universe.
Right. And Big Bang cosmology is the current best explanation that we have. You and I both know of a physicist at UT who is working on an alternate theory that requires fewer assumptions and doesn't have some of the problems that Big Bang does, such as dark matter and dark energy, and some of the other issues that we have because of that. And he has fewer issues. So it'll be interesting to see what the results of that are. But, you know, Big Bang theory is currently the best explanation. There are others. Yeah. All right.
We're going to Mark?
Yeah, and the Big Bang theory and the Big Bang posits an absolute beginning of our universe. So then you have really to ask what caused the universe into being, because something cannot come from absolutely nothing.
Because I can do it real quick.
Yeah, let's go to Mark in Illinois.
Hey, Mark, how are you?
Hi, Jim. Hi, Matt. How's it
going?
What
it says here, and we're running short on time, so I'm going to try and speed this up a little bit. You said that I said I was a hard atheist a few weeks ago, and you found that surprising since I seem like a reasonable skeptic, right?
Yes.
Okay, and are you a theist?
Yes.
Did you arrive there at that conclusion of theism in a manner that is consistent with skepticism?
Yes.
Okay. I don't believe a God exists. That's weak atheism. I am also convinced that there isn't a God, but I'm not absolutely certain about it. And my position is not in any way in conflict with skepticism. But yours is, because you believe that you reached a conclusion that a God exists based on skepticism, which means you must have strong evidence for the existence of God in an argument. My position is just that I'm not only not convinced that God exists, but I think the more likely, more plausible explanation is that human beings have invented gods through errors in thinking. I'm not claiming that it's absolutely certain.
Now, why do you not ask the relevant question, Matt? How can we exist without a creator? I called in at the line about a month ago. I asked that question, and then the host, Sharon Q, she was unable to answer that question. And that is a very relevant question. And when you start to dig into it, then you will see that materialism has absolutely no plausible explanations whatsoever in regards of any field of historical science. So that should make you think. Why doesn't it?
How do you get to God from skepticism?
Well, I think you were onto something, Matt. I think you're with a hide and seek caller. You kind of get upset at God for playing hide and seek, and
I'm not upset with God. I'm upset with shitty arguments.
Oh.
I'm not upset with a God. I'm upset with shitty arguments.
I get it. I get what you're saying about the shitty arguments. Yeah, like I'm not absolutely certain that there's a God.
Yeah, he has maybe shitty arguments, but you have no argument whatsoever for a positive claim. You just claim all the time that you have no answer in regards of origins, which brings into question your whole show, where you just try to drag down believers to unbelief, which is meaningless.
Not either, though. I just think it's probabilistically true based on.
I wouldn't. Okay, what makes you think that God is likely?
There are tons of good reasons to believe that God is extremely likely, Matt. And you know all these arguments. The problem is that you just reject them.
Yeah, and if you meditate on
It's kind of like a weird argument,
the origins of existence. If you meditate on the origins of existence and stuff, then the best answer you can find is definitely the likelihood of a creator, and anything else is just less reasonable, I guess is the easiest way to put it. And that was one of the main ways that I got to God through skepticism, just as Dillahunty was asking this caller. I had false Christianity before, and I wanted to keep my sins and stuff, and then my life broke down to the point that I just let go of everything, to the extent that like I was so broken I couldn't be depressed because I'd have to have like expectations or pride or something to have depression. You know, there was nothing to be depressed. There was nothing to, it's like I was so broken down. But then, so I was able to just be in a place of like total skepticism and like total honesty without myself, without my sinfulness and flesh getting in the way. And it wasn't long before truth became obvious once I was a skeptic, but people think they're skeptics when they're not. Because if you're skeptical, you're fair towards everything. And it's like I just heard earlier today, you know, an open mind is like an open mouth. It's meant to close on something.
I think it's good to be skeptical. I mean, the opposite of being skeptical is being gullible, and that's what we don't want to be.
Yeah, I totally agree. I always encourage skepticism to people. That's just like that honesty of knowing that you don't know something until you do, or knowing that you only have as much idea as you actually do, never imagining more, you know, coming at everything with skepticism.
The problem is that materialists and atheists, they have hijacked the word skepticism for themselves, in the same sense that they have hijacked the name science for themselves. And then they think that because they think they are skeptics, that they are more rational than theists.
Yeah, I completely agree. And he always, rather than admitting that there's reason that can take you in intelligent directions, he just resorts to solipsism whenever, yeah, because God wants us to get to know him for deeper reasons. And when it gets to those deeper topics, instead of like seeing what's more reasonable and then having that affect his perspective, so that maybe he'd look into Christ then, because it makes sense that there'd be a God. So look into Christ and actually learn it, you know. But instead of looking at it reasonably like that, if it's part of like that stuff that we cannot demonstrate and observe, then he'll just use the solipsism excuse to like think what he wants. And I don't think it's really about what he thinks. I mean, at this point, his identity, his ego, Matt Dillahunty, it's formed around being this person who gives atheists reasons to be atheists, and, you know, false Christians who don't really have that full trust. He's able to like put the seeds of doubt in them so that they can be separated from those who really trust, you know, and then they acknowledge that they're atheists. Because I really don't think anyone who is saved and is being kept by the shepherd could be taken by Matt Dillahunty. So those are people who were never with the shepherd to begin with. But his whole thing is a magician. So it's more about what it looks like to the audience. That's what it's about. So if he can give people who want to be ignorant an excuse, then he's happy with that. I mean, I think Dillahunty, he certainly would know better if his identity and paycheck didn't depend on him not knowing better.
Maybe, yeah. I share the view that there is no evidence for any god or anything supernatural. Natural phenomenon can explain pretty much everything. Wow. So if H. Bazinhe wants to come in and give an explanation of what he thinks that materialism explains, he is welcome to come in and give his explanation.
Yeah, and the one that I notice is that we've done a lot of science involving chemistry, involving biochemistry, involving attempts at getting some kind of first pre-steps towards abiogenesis. And so materialism really shows us that abiogenesis is not possible. And so the idea that materialism has an explanation for everything, there is no explanation in materialism for the origin of life. So
materialism has basically no explanation for basically anything what has to do with reality. It hasn't an explanation for the origin of the universe, for the laws of physics, for the fine-tuning of the universe, for the origin of life, for biodiversity, for the existence of morality, for the existence of the mind and conscience. And these are all relevant questions, and materialism has basically provided absolutely no good explanation to any of those questions.
And if I may mention, the next thing he said was, I encourage skepticism too. I am skeptical of all of the supernatural, of all claims of the supernatural. Well, being skeptical of individual claims is good for sure, but what's funny about this is that he's specifically skeptical in certain categories. That is not skepticism. That is a confirmation bias, and those are actually like mutually exclusive. You have to choose either confirmation bias or skepticism. But skepticism can't be applied to only certain categories. That's confirmation bias. That's not skepticism.
And that's what we see all the time in regards of the whole entire crowd that we deal with. And Matt Dillahunty, they simply adopt that kind of epistemological framework, and they just are skeptics in regards of the supernatural, in regards of God, but they never investigate the alternative, the logical and obvious consequence that when you exclude a creator, then you become a materialist, if you want or not. And you need to investigate both claims and put both the claims on the weight and see which one has more explanatory power. And when atheists are honest in regards of this and put all their bias aside and do a consistent epistemological investigation, then they will find out that materialism has basically no explanations whatsoever in regards of anything related to origins.
No one's really thought about, but it's just the game. Like we're put like this is a game like that God invented, and basically it's a like relativity, for example, is something people take for granted, but that's a game. Like the sin, the original sin, I look at it as an original blessing where relativity was introduced.
Yeah, none of this is.
So you see, he interrupts again. He doesn't permit the caller to finish his sentence as usual.
None of this is emblematic of skepticism. This is just you having a suspicion about the way things are. What is the evidence for that?
Well, the thing is not is not about how things are. What we are asking is how things came to be. These are different questions.
I would imagine that someone who is a skeptic.
I mean, you're going to laugh. It's a lot of little things, and we can't.
I would imagine that someone who's a skeptic should be able to present an argument backed by evidence for their position. Can you do that?
Well, I think you could see that, like, there's a lot, but I can't do it in a minute. But, like when I look out, like one thing is there's art.
It's not difficult at all. I am skeptic that abiogenesis is true, and that's fully supported by the scientific evidence, which in 70 years, for example, hasn't provided any explanation whatsoever about how life could have emerged from non-life by unguided means. That's just an example. We could go on and on in regards of basically every relevant question in regards of origins. How does materialism explain the fine-tuning of the universe? That's another one.
Beautiful art outside everywhere with a tree, for example. It's incredible art. It's like someone, like, to me, it's like it's a creation. It's like, to me, it's like, do I know that, like, this was created by an entity? Do I know that much about the entity? No. But Mark, it seems very likely to me. Yeah.
That's not the way skepticism works. You don't understand skepticism or critical thinking, because when we look at the world, just going, it seems like it was designed to me. That is not a sound argument supported by evidence. That argument is not consistent with skepticism.
Did you hear that, Nicholas? Yeah, I agree. We need to actually understand what are the signs of intelligent action and what are the things that just unguided random events can do, the range of what materialistic causes can do, and then compare one to each other and then see if we have signs, the signature of intelligence in the natural world. And of course, trees, they are not beautiful, but trees, they have enormous evidence in regards of God's existence, in special because of photosynthesis, which is a process which is irreducibly complex. It could not have evolved. There is no explanation whatsoever through science how oxygenic photosynthesis could have evolved, and there would be no advanced life forms at all on planet Earth without photosynthesis. And I am skeptic that trees could have emerged naturally through evolution, because the evidence demonstrates that an evolutionary route is not feasible and plausible to explain how trees emerged on the early Earth.
It just moves the needle a little bit. Like, my point is not trying to have
the
like
watchmaker argument is completely unconvincing.
Not convincing? You don't understand it, isn't it? Jim, can blueprints, machines, and factories emerge randomly? If you say yes, then demonstrate me how that is possible. Give me an example, an empirical example where science has demonstrated that such things can emerge randomly. And we know that intelligence can do it. We know that intelligence can make blueprints, factories, machines, and so forth. We have no example whatsoever that random unguided events can do it. And you are talking about not being convinced? Hey, in what planet are you living?
Well, and then this is funny because all these
argument,
things,
which is the argument.
They use the fact that they've thought about it enough to be able to imagine it, as if that's evidence that it's possible. And if they'd really look into the details of what they're imagining, they'd see where so many things are not possible.
Yes, as you saw before, as soon as as Matt has to provide an alternative, he comes up with assertions like the multiverse, which has no evidence whatsoever. And as soon as you bring that up and you think this is possible, then you have faith in that. And they say that they are not moving based on faith, but on skepticism. But when it comes to evolution, to multiverses, and so on, that they think it's plausible explanation.
You're making is completely unconvincing.
Why do babies like the game of hide and seek? Because they get it. They're individuations of divinity, and they like hide and seek because they get it. They understand that that's what's actually happening. God is hiding.
Prove it.
Wait, your argument for the existence of God is that babies like hide and seek, so therefore it's a game.
Yeah.
Go the fuck away. I don't believe you. I think you're a prank caller.
I just dropped him.
Maybe it's like hide and seek. We intuitively know from when we're born that this is all just a game with God.
Okay. Does someone want to come in to have a chat with us? I don't want to finish and go through the last caller. Here is the link.
You said you don't want to finish? Oh, because you already have heard the caller and we're not interested. Is that it?
Yeah, that finished that call. There would be one more caller, but I think we will stop for now.
Okay.
We have some ideas in the chat here. If someone of them wants to come in and have a chat, then the link is in the chat box. And
I don't see anyone who normally comes in. Paul is going to bed, but Nathan has come in before, and maybe Cafe has. Cafe.
Yeah. Yeah.
And of course, George Bond, he comes in sometimes. Shalom, George.
Yeah, we'll wait a few minutes, and if nobody comes in, we will close the chat. I'm a little bit tired. I'm already 2.5 hours here on online, so live. So.
Oh yeah, and I look forward to being like really prepared next week. And even during the show, I didn't quite have my full attention in here. I apologize for that, but it was most of my attention for sure. But next week, it was short notice. So next week, I'll know in advance, and I'll be on it.
Yeah, it was great to have you here, Nicholas. But I was thinking when you called in how we will manage it, because usually it takes a very long time until you get online on the show, and if you are online, they eventually hear us, you know. So I have to think about how we can manage that.
Well, I'll just have this quiet enough because I'm sure a lot of people are listening to the show while they wait. But then as soon as as soon as I hear them on my phone, then I'll just like hit mute and walk outside, basically. So they might hear a couple voices for a moment, but it won't be anything.
Okay, so you think you can stay online and wait until they attend your call, and at the meantime you can be online here? You think that's feasible? That's possible?
Yeah. So long as the phone reception in my bedroom doesn't cause me to like hang up on them or something. But I think it'll work. Yeah. It's just that to get good reception to talk and hear each other, I'll have to go outside.
I see. Well, that's no problem. Maybe you just go outside and we will follow when you go online, and then I will follow your call.
Yeah, while I'm on hold, I'll be in the show, and as soon as I'm not on hold, then I'll take the call, and then I'll come back to the show when I'm done with the call. Yeah, so I'm ready for that.
Yeah, I got your point. That I think that they will not like it. Probably, I've never seen someone calling in to make propaganda for another YouTube channel. You know, so I understand your concern maybe to ask them, but I think if you will ask them a priori, then they will, of course, say no, I think, you know.
Well, then that's their right. I know that in this industry, like, it's not right to just take a plug without permission. That's what it's called, is plugging. So I would be plugging the channel. And as far as my ethics go, if they're not going to let me, then I don't get to do it because it's not my channel. It's not my show. It's theirs, you know. And so that's what I have to stick to.
Yeah. No, I get your point, and I think it's the correct procedure. You know.
So my plan is to just kind of let them know that I won't plug without permission, but I'd like to, and then to have a discussion, and hopefully it'll be a good enough discussion that they'll plug me. I'm going to be like totally patient and nice and stuff, so it should go pretty well, except that I might not get to make the plug, but at least we'll get to talk about me. I'm talking to them.
What you actually can do, Nicholas, is when it comes to the end of the call, you can say that you are being part of a channel on YouTube where you are reviewing the Atheist Experience, and then you can ask online permission if you can name it. And if they say yes, then you say it. And if they say no, then you leave it by that, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, and I can bring it up at the end of the call instead of at the beginning. That's fine, as long as I keep the whole call peaceful. They're not going to hang up on me. Or
Anyway, I think we should have discussed that offline, because I'm sure that some atheists, they are here, we don't know, and they are already prepared to get your call. I don't know if they will block you, but hey, whatever.
oh yeah, I mean, whatever, they're going to take my call, they're going to give me permission or not. But I think kind of if I ask them, we're reviewing your show, can I say what the channel is so that people want, they can check it out. If they don't want people to check it out, it makes them look like they're kind of scared. So we get something no matter what,
Yeah, it will be a good move in any way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello, guys. What is? Hi, George. Hi, Mars. How do you want us to
Good
call
morning,
you?
Otangelo.
Good morning, George.
Hello.
I'm also in bed on my mobile phone, so I don't know when I don't think it'll cut out, but my battery might run low. I'm not sure how long this stream will go, but I'd like to invite Nathan Artwork, who's in the chat, who says evolution is a fact. So I'd like to discuss that with him. I stated to him, he mentioned that the evolution from the prokaryote to the eukaryote, there's strong evidence in endosymbiosis.
Oh, I would like to talk about that too. If he wants to come in, then we can have a chat. I have already answer to that hypothesis. If you want, I have an article at my library, and I can link it so he can have a look at it too.
I have a funny position on evolution where I think evolution is a fact, but I don't believe evolution is true.
Well, we have first of all to make a distinction what we mean by evolution. There are different things that we need to discriminate in order to understand what is meant by it. So,
and if I may, P Mars, is that somewhat like a play on words, because evolution is a matter of fact instead of a matter of opinion, so it's an untrue fact? I mean, is that what you're saying?
It's kind of like 1984, they had a Ministry of Truth that determined, so I would say like the authorities have deemed it a fact or created it as a fact, but that I don't necessarily believe facts are true, I guess is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So because people call things that are not, because facts are like the established truth is how you're using the word fact, but what we see as supposedly the established truth is not necessarily true.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Well, the Nazis played on that particular scenario as well by who was it that said, make up a lie and make sure it's a big lie and keep repeating it and people will believe it. And that's what I think of evolution. And Otangelo correctly stated, like, what do you mean by evolution? Because we all agree that there are variations that occur, but we've never really observed one creature becoming a different type of creature. I'm avoiding the use of kind because I know how you guys are with the word kind.
Yeah, I think that there's incentive for rich, powerful people to make this idea of evolution part of our axiom or accepted like facts, because then you can extend that evolution to social Darwinism. So then they're like, oh, well, we're rich because we're more evolved than the poor. So it's an elitist philosophy, not really like a scientific endeavor, in my opinion.
That makes perfect sense. And the inspiration for the philosophy actually is social Darwinism.
Yes, of course, there is the whole consequence in regards of that if evolution is true, and we have a good experience of the bad fruits of that, and I mean, I think in special the Discovery Institute has a part like John West who investigates the history of the consequences of the evolutionary theory, and as he made a video on the human zoo and so forth, and also totalitarianism and the Second Reich and the Third Reich and so forth, all based on ideas of evolution, of a higher race, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, D'Angelo, I'm not sure whether you actually watched or listened to the John Maddox interviewing Dr. Stadler a couple of days ago. Did you listen to that?
Oh, I've missed that interview.
Oh, okay, well, one of the things that I got out of that, I actually bought 2 of his books, the Kindle versions. I'm currently reading through them, but one of the things that he brought up in that interview was the DNA, and I didn't know much about it until he actually explained it. And for anyone who's listening in the chat, I'll just simplify it. The DNA is a simple protein in the prokaryote that actually gets involved in the replication process. However, when you go to the eukaryote, you actually have 6 complex proteins that fold and combine into a molecular machine that actually does the replication. So Dr. Stadler called that an unbridgeable gap. How does a prokaryote evolve into the eukaryote?
George, let me interrupt you. As I have investigated, prokaryotes, they require at least 30 proteins, which are irreducibly complex. If one of those is missing, then you do not have DNA replication. And in regards of human DNA replication, there are up to 600 different protein complexes involved in it.
Yeah, I think maybe he was talking at the simple level, D'Angelo, but you may be correct. As I said, I was simplifying it, so I hope I didn't butcher it. But that's the way Dr. Stadler explained it.
I put the link on my article on it. It is very throughout, and it has almost over 10,000 views. And there you can see what is required for DNA replication. It's a very throughout article. I'll put it in the chat so you guys can have a watch afterwards, after our chat here.
Well, one of the other things I sort of discuss with people is the phylogeny challenge, the Aaron Ra phylogeny challenge, and how nothing can outgrow its clade. So I actually go through the example. I say, okay, well, let's go all the way down to the tree, down to the 3 domains of life: the archaea, the prokaryote, and the eukaryote. There are obviously 3 different types of clades, and they evolved from Luca. So when Luca broke into those 3 clades, there's your challenge defeated. You can't have something going outside of its clade. So I ask, what clade was Luca? Yeah, they can't answer. I've had like 5 different answers to that. I've had the life clade, and I said, okay, well, if it's the life clade, what the RNA is classified as not a living organism. So how did Luca become an archaea? So I just don't get it. Maybe you can expand on it.
Yeah, I can explain it. First of all, I had a very, very long exchange with Aaron Ra on one of the comment section of one of his videos. And then I asked him, how did the transition occur from prokaryotes to eukaryotes? And then he brought up a paper, science paper from 2015, which claimed that they did find the missing link of that transition. And then I went and investigated it. And then in 2017, I did find a paper from 2017 where they literally denied that paper from 2015 and said what they claimed in 2015 is actually not a transition from prokaryotes to eukaryotes. And someone in the chat also brought up the endosymbiotic theory. And I recently did post an article on Facebook, and I showed that first of all, the smallest free living bacteria requires 1.3 million nucleotides, and mitochondria has about 20,000 nucleotides. So there would have had to be an extreme devolution from 1.3 million to 20,000 nucleotides. And there is another problem. The universal genetic code is different than the mitochondrial code. So there would have had also to be a transition to go from the universal genetic code to mitochondrial genetic code. And we know, I have listed over 30 different mitochondria genetic codes. So how do you explain that transition? Science has absolutely no clue how to explain that transition, because whenever you change the genetic code, you need also to change the tRNA alphabet, you need to change the amino acid tRNA synthetases, you need to change the amino acid alphabet eventually. So you need to change the whole system all at once, otherwise it doesn't match. So how do you explain that in an evolutionary manner? You can't.
No, exactly. I mean, I won't mention his name. One actually even suggested that Luca had a father and a grandfather, and so this is like an infinite regress where Luca wasn't Luca. There was someone before Luca and someone before him, and so on and so on. And it's just a story, Otangelo, and there's nothing scientific about it. And I hate it when people say evolution is a fact.
Now coming back, George. Sorry for interrupting you. You told about clay. Okay, what they are claiming is that the basic building blocks of life, like RNA, for example, that it polymerized on montmorillite clay. Okay, we know that in order for demonstrating that this can happen, they used only purified materials in the lab, and it hasn't anything to do with the origin of RNA. It has just to do with the polymerization of RNA. So that's one point. Then,
well, that's correct. I've actually read that paper as well.
Yes, and there is another problem. For example, you don't know how to get hydrocarbons on the early Earth. In order to fix carbon from the air, carbon dioxide from the air, there are 6 different metabolic cycles extant which we know of. And the most simple cycle is, which they propose as the first cycle which fixed carbon, is the Wood-Ljungdahl cycle and the reverse TCA cycle. Now, these 2 cycles, they have 9 extremely complex proteins, enzymes, which catalyze the reaction. And of course, enzymes had to be there first. They were not existent. So what do they claim? They claim that somehow minerals and clay on the early Earth provided the first reaction process to fix carbon, and then somehow there was a transition which nobody knows how that occurred, to go from a fixation of carbon on clay to the enzymatic metabolic pathways. And of course, this is a big gap of understanding how that could have happened, because these cycles, they need to be fully operational. They have feed a loop and a control of the quantity that has to be produced. These are very complex metabolic processes, and science is completely in the dark to to explain how these processes could have emerged. That transition from prebiotic synthesis of the basic building blocks to the synthesis by modern cells, this is a huge gap where not many people talk about it.
Yeah, well, one of the things that bugs me in today's society is too many people just take what scientists say as the truth without really doing their own research to confirm what they're saying. I mean, I've read so many articles and papers where they say, you know, scientists believe, scientists say, and I always say, I don't care what scientists believe or say, I only care about what science says. And I find that amazing that people can just accept it without question.
I think we're in a transitional period into what I call a scientific dictatorship or a technocracy, where science is going to become the dominant religion. You'll go to like the guy in a lab coat to help for all your problems, where in the past, you know, you'd go to God. So I think we're in a transitional period right now, and science is becoming the dominant religion in society.
And I find that plausible. And George Bond, what you just said about the difference between what scientists say and what science says, I can't believe I've never noticed that so directly before. That's exactly what Avery BS is. It says scientists, and then everything that's legit, it says science. You're totally right. I know, Tangelo, you're providing a lot of background noise to the stream.
I have back noise. Yeah. My wife is watching TV, so I shut down my microphone so you don't have. When I will talk, then I will shut it off. Then I will shut it on. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Paul. Sorry, P. Mars. Tell us more about it, mate. We'd like to hear from you as well.
Well, I got the idea. There's a guy called Bertrand Russell, and he wrote some books on the impact of science on society, and what was the other one? Some other one where he talked about like a technocracy, or he said like they'd give one type of education for people who are to be holders of scientific power, and another who are to be like the workers or ordinary people. And you notice they've like set it up like that, where there's like a scientific elite and lay people. Like when you guys were just talking about DNA or evolution, I had no idea. You might as well have been speaking Spanish, right? So it's like
I was like that once too, mate. I didn't understand it until you start to actually delve into it more into the subject. You start to read more and more papers. You'll get snippets of information from one to the other, and sooner rather than later, you'll start to find that your knowledge will improve.
But the way it's set up is it's like so specialized. Like when scientists drift outside their specializations, they become almost as ignorant as laymen to some extent. So I don't know. I feel like it's this like whole scam of like making things confused so they can kind of talk this technical jargon, and then with this epidemic, we've seen this where like they're like masks aren't good, masks are good, and it's just like there's a lot of people they don't understand the science, so they're kind of at the whim of like people like Fauci to dictate to them their behavior and how they should live their life, and they can't really question him because he's the expert. And I think that's kind of like where they're going with science, is like these experts that run society, and they have superior scientific know-how. So us lay people can't question them. Us lay people can't vote. They'll say democracy is a bad thing. I think this is the direction we're headed.
Well, that's true. I know there are more and more medical doctors, in particular, coming out now and questioning this whole COVID-19, the isolation measures and the wearing of masks, etc. And they cite hydroxychloroquine in combination with zinc as an effective treatment for the COVID-19. And it's been shown to work, and they argue that, no, it's dangerous. I mean, hydroxychloroquine has been used for something like over 60 years in the treatment of malaria. So I don't know why they parrot the the misinformation about it being harmful to someone.
Yeah, I think the whole response to the pandemic has been about like tyranny and control, and it's about altering the way we behave and live our lives rather than necessarily keeping us safe. So
yeah. Well, the other thing I wanted to touch on is consensus. A lot of evolutionists will use the consensus argument. 97% of biologists, for example, believe in evolution, and I mean, you can cite so many examples where consensus science was wrong in the past, and those 97% that they quote, I think, are actually in a particular society, and most of them are atheists anyway. So the actual sample, the demographic sample for the statistics they quote, needs to be analysed to find out just exactly who are they asking these questions to get the 97%.
yeah, technically with science, consensus doesn't matter. All that matters is evidence, and like one person and one experiment can prove the consensus wrong. It doesn't.
Yeah, correct. That's exactly what Einstein said. It only takes one experiment, he said, to disprove me.
So yeah, I kind of use this scientific line of thinking with atheists a little bit when I argue. I was arguing with an atheist the other day, and he brought up the argument about, oh, well, there's been Christians in the past that have predicted the end of the world, and they were wrong. Therefore, Christianity is wrong, right? I don't know if you've heard that argument.
Yeah, I think it was more than just I think it was more than just Christians.
Right. Well, he brought up Christians. We were talking about Christianity at the time. So I brought up, well, what about, all these predictions that science makes? Like, according to Al Gore's documentary, we should all be underwater right now because of global warming. So, like, I was like, so science makes all these predictions that don't come true. So do you disbelieve in science? And that guy, so he shut up. He just dropped that argument immediately. It was pretty funny.
So that's a very, very good point. I often go into the climate change debate as well and cite the extinction of the polar bears, the melting of the ice, and there's not going to be any more snow, so the ski seasons are going to die.
Yeah. It's another scam to like control how we behave and live, I think, just like the pandemic stuff.
Yeah, well, it's to force people into that fear. They say fear controls people, and I think a lot of it has to do with control of the populace. So they invent all these fear tactics like COVID-19, a pandemic. I mean, statistics show it's no worse than an actual flu.
Yeah, I've been seeing that, and a lot of people don't know, but Eisenhower had that farewell address that's famous, where he warned us about the military-industrial complex. He also brought up a scientific technological elite, which would use science-based public policy to like create a tyranny. So I think we're seeing his words come true now. Yeah, with the global warming, the Green New Deal, the pandemic response. They're trying to control us with science as the excuse. Or whatever.
Yeah, was it you that mentioned 1984?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm 65 years old, so imagine this. Back in our high school years, that was required reading, and it was part of our curriculum. And there's so many things, and I actually have the book, and I just gave it to my uncle the other day to read, so that he could see all the similarities that are occurring today. And it's amazing that this book, I think, was first published in the early 40s. So it's actually about 80 years old. So George Orwell, you could almost call him a prophet, because that's exactly what's occurring today.
Yep.
Have you seen it? Yeah, have you seen Have you seen any videos of what's going on in Australia at the moment, especially in Victoria?
I haven't been paying attention, but I know that China is looking to take over Australia. That's about all I know about Australia.
Well, that's probably true. They've bought a lot of farms in Australia. They've also bought a number of the ports. So they've got like 99-year leases on most of the major ports in Australia. And I think you've heard of the Belt and Road Initiative. Now there's an agreement between the Victorian government and the Chinese government on this, but the Premier of Victoria is, let's say, he's been very secretive about what that particular agreement actually says. He won't let anyone see it. So that's why there's a bit of skepticism there as to what in the hell has he got us into.
Yeah, I don't think any of the changes coming in the future are going to be very good. I think we're going into a nightmare future where the people in power are going to use technology to enslave us. So that's where
that future is already here, mate.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is the pivot point into that future. I don't think it's here yet. Like, if the people resisted today, the technology couldn't stop us, but it's going to get to the point to where even if all the people resisted, they're literally imprisoned by all sorts of different technological advantages, that fewer people actually will finally have the power to rule in that way.
I think Jesus Christ's message of forgiveness and loving your enemies is really important right now, because they're trying to divide the country with Black Lives Matter and make us hate each other. So
yeah,
we can
and
avoid that.
And P. Mars, I know I deemed you like a heretic so that we would have discussions with you as an outsider instead of an insider. I acknowledge that, and the thing is that I'm fine with having discussions with you. It was just the context of that discussion at that time where it was, Anyway, so I'd like to have a talk with you sometime, because I'd like to really talk about our different perspectives of Christianity, because mine is much more based directly on Messiah and not based on any specific denomination or a lot of the traditions that because I have some vague understanding where you're coming from, and I think my perspective could be interesting to you, and I would listen about your perspective. We could have a full conversation sometime.
Yeah, I would talk to you, but keep in mind I am pretty new to studying the Bible, so
that's fine. I just want to share. I want to share with you my perspective, because it's probably different than other ones you've heard before, and then I'm totally willing to hear your perspective. So that's really all I want to do.
I was raised Catholic, but I figured out that the Catholic Church was evil, right? Because I feel like I've always had the Holy Spirit, telling me things like that, so I could see that, even though I wasn't saved at the time or whatever, and so that turned me off to Christianity, right? Because I grew up in that environment, and then I didn't. Yeah,
and I don't want to interrupt the show right now and do the conversation, but I don't think we've emailed each other yet. My email is proclaimerofmessiah@gmail.com. So just like it shows on screen right there, except no spaces.
Okay, I'll send you an email.
But and no Nicholas, it's just proclaimerofmessiah@gmail.
Cool, got it.
Cool. So I look forward to it. I'm taking a little bit of a hiatus. It might be a week or two before we have our talk, but I'd like to do that. Thanks.
Well, I've been a Christian all my life, but you could say I've been reawakened about 11 years ago, because I had views that the theistic evolution view, it wasn't until I actually started to look into it, and it was purely by chance that I had to buy a mobile phone, and on this mobile phone was this thing called YouTube that I didn't know anything about. I thought it was just a a mechanism for people to download all their birthday movies and their holiday movies and stuff like that. And until I actually went in and saw there were documentaries, debates. One of the first things I saw was a Ken Hovind debate. He was debating, I think, 2 or 3 professors or something on evolution, and that took my interest. And once I started listening to all the arguments, I said, I've never heard any of these arguments before. And that just started the snowball rolling down the hill. And I now I've lost track of the number of books and videos that I've purchased on the subject. And I think all of us have read enough science papers, but I've lost track of the number of science papers I've read as well. So, and that's convinced me of special creation 100%. But by the way, I'm an engineer. I actually do applied sciences, so it's not as if I'm coming from an uneducated sort of background towards my view. So I consider myself as someone who is analytical, and I look at evidences and I evaluate that evidence, and then I make a decision based on that evidence. And so far, special creation is a fact. I mean, if they can say evolution is a fact, I'm going to say special creation is a fact. And I have no qualms about saying that, and people can question me as much as they like on what evidence they think convinced me. But from my point of view, I know that any piece of evidence I give is not enough. They will never accept anything in terms of disproving evolution.
Yeah, I think some atheists, like I get this vibe from Dillahunty that he's got that scientific. He's looking for scientific evidence of God, and I just think, as my understanding of science is, it's the study of the natural world. So
exactly.
If God's supernatural, so science and religion don't really have to be these enemies. Science, we have science to study the natural world, and then we can have religion for the questions that science can't answer about supernatural things. So I don't feel like there's some fight between it,
Well, here's what I'm not sure.
Well, if I may say,
sorry,
the fight
Nicholas, go ahead.
The fight kind of comes in at the point when the fact that the supernatural is the source of the natural, and there's people who want to imagine there is no supernatural, so they try to make silly arguments that have no evidence, saying that the supernatural is not the source of the natural.
Well, Nicholas, when the evolutionists / atheists propose a one-dimensional singularity, that is supernatural, because where do you find a one-dimensional whatever? What is a one-dimensional singularity?
Oh wow, that's true. They're just it gets to the point that mathematically it's no longer mathematical. It no longer fits into their models of nature at all. It is a supernatural explanation. You're right.
And even people who are hardcore empiricists, and empiricism basically is like you need to observe something to believe in it. Mm-hmm. Even those people, they have 2 dogmatic beliefs that they can't justify, which would be the uniformity of nature and the problem of induction in terms of sense experience. So it's like, even if you're a hardcore materialist empiricist, you still have to have some degree of faith. Like, you have to trust your senses, for example. So you have to have faith in your senses that you're getting what you're observing is actually there and all that. So even hardcore materialists have faith. Like, there's no avoiding faith, but these people want to play some fantasy game where everything they believe is 100% true, and there's no question that their beliefs are not true or something.
Definitely, and you'll find that they'll never admit that. And just to bring something else into the conversation, I'm not sure if you know about this particular YouTuber called Tony Reed. Have you heard of him?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, he has a YouTube channel called Creationism Taught Me Real Science. And I've had a number of discussions with him on the comment sections of a few videos. And I actually say to him, you know what? The title of your YouTube channel is 100% correct, because creationism did teach you real science. And I said it started with Sir Francis Bacon when he developed the empirical method. I go, without the empirical method, we wouldn't have modern science. So creation, and Sir Francis Bacon, by the way, was a creationist. So I say to him, you see, creationism did teach you real science.
Yeah, a lot of people, the Enlightenment scientists were Christian too, and there's no like issue with being in their Christian, their science pursuits and their Christianity.
Well, modern science advanced because of that empirical method, and all the scientists, like you mentioned, you know, Newton, Maxwell, Mandel, all those scientists that advanced science were creationists. And for him to say, you know, he's playing on words, you know, creationism taught him real science, meaning that creationism disproves it and science proves it. And yeah, I don't know why he neglects to say all the historical sciences were actually started and advanced by creationists themselves. So for him to deny that is hypocrisy.
Tangelo, if you're there, someone's in the back stage.
Oh, I see someone in private chat, huh? Oh, Nathan Art is here.
Yeah.
Cool. And then
I think Tangelo is AFK.
And what was I about to say? Tony Reed. Yeah, I have actually seen Tony Reed before. He's just another one of these atheists who, you know, the culture has told him something, and instead of really checking it out, he just indulges the confirmation bias. But it looks like he gets into some of the nitty gritty of the theories. I mean, he has dark matter here. Dark matter by definition is not observed, so I've never thought of it as science, but he has it here.
Well, it was a fudge factor to solve a problem that I think dark matter was, what was it? Oh yeah, it was to solve the problem of galaxies not spinning away from each other, and disbanding. So, and then of course they found out that the universe was expanding, and what do you think the solution to that was? It was dark energy. Dark energy is somehow spreading, making the universe expand.
Yeah, and presuming what I learned is still up to date, they expected one amount of matter because otherwise the galaxies would fly apart, but they found only 1/20th of that. So then they're saying that 95% of all matter is dark matter that we have no observation of or anything. And I just think that they're jumping to that conclusion, at least from a scientific perspective. You could still propose other hypotheses and wish you could test them, but like it's out there in the cosmos. We're not just able to test the cosmos, you know? But I think the idea that it's a conclusion that there's matter that we're unable to observe and there's that much of it, I think it's an of the gaps argument, and it's just we don't actually know what fills that gap physically. You know, it doesn't have to be dark matter. It could be another form of energy or something, maybe electromagnetic factors, or there's just something we don't know about. You know, it could be dark gravity instead of dark matter. You know what I mean? I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. So we've got another chap in the stream here.
How's everyone doing tonight?
We're good. I'm good.
What's your name? I'm on my mobile phone. I can't read your name.
Oh, that's Nathan. Nathan Art.
Oh, Nathan. Oh, Nathan Artwork. Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Nathan. Can you prove evolution is a fact?
No. But
so why did you claim that in the chat that evolution is a fact?
Well, I can't prove it to you, but there's evidence for it, you know, that you could believe in it. But that won't necessarily make you believe in it and make you understand that it's a fact.
Well, based on that presumption, that I can say God is a fact, but I can't prove it to you.
True. That's true. That's why I'll give you that and say that. That's true. You can't prove it to me, and you can't prove it to anyone else. That's another thing, though. You have to believe in it, and it's evidence for evolution. So you don't really have to believe in evolution.
Well, we know God because there's spiritual knowledge. So some people think that the limit of knowledge is philosophy, but when you come to spiritual truth, you discover that spiritual knowledge is a real thing. Some of what it has to do with, if I make it a little more practical, is intuition in our minds. So our minds have so much intuition in them that there's truths we can get to through spiritual honesty that philosophy cannot prove. But we know those truths because we really know our intuition, because as babies, we couldn't really even think or see or hear until by intuition we learned all that. All intelligence is founded on intuition. So, yeah, so when you can fully hear the truth through your intuition, that's a practical way to describe some of how the spirit of truth works with talking to us. And that can provide what philosophy falls short of.
Nathan, considering what you said and what I said, would you classify both worldviews as faith-based?
No, because how I think of faith, my definition is that you don't need any evidence. You just believe it because you want it to be true. You don't believe in it hoping that it's true. You believe it because you want it to be true with no evidence. And like I said, there's evidence for evolution, you know, cats, lions, dogs, wolves, that's all evidence of evolution.
Well, that same evidence is we can use for special creation as well. We can give you lots of evidence. It's not that we don't have evidence. We have evidence, but you won't accept the evidence.
And I would like to mention real quick, Nathan Art, that it's fine if you see our faith that way, but when the Bible talks about faith, it means confidence to the point of reliance. So basically trust. So it has nothing to do with it being especially blind or anything, as far as when the Bible uses the word faith.
It's funny because I have the total opposite definition of faith. I see belief is different from faith. Like if you believe something, you want it to be true. But faith to me is an accepting of reality as it is. Like when God asked Abraham to kill his son, he didn't want to kill his son. Like who would want to do that? But he had faith. And so faith is about accepting bad things, even though you don't want to believe them. So it's like the opposite of your definition of faith.
Oh yeah, that does make sense. Our trust is tested much more to do things we don't want to do. And because Christians often do things that they otherwise wouldn't want to do. P. Mars makes a really good point, Nathan. The evidence is really against you on that.
I disagree with that point. Nicholas, here's why. Faith, we only use faith to believe in the unknown. And that's a fact. Because us as humans, we rely on the knowledge what we have around us. You won't use faith to walk off of it in hopes that you will survive.
Well, I mean, we do use faith. We do use trust for the known. Like I'm sitting in a chair right now and I'm trusting it, and it's because of knowledge I have. And the same thing with God. I do not trust God. The only reason I trust God is because of knowledge I do have. It has nothing to do with anything I don't know. That would just be silly.
But that's the thing. You have to believe, like there's no hard physical evidence for God. You have to believe in it in order for you to believe that it's true. So
But
there isn't no
you
physical
also
evidence.
need to believe that the material world is all there is. You cannot know that. You can only take that on faith. You have just basically a dichotomy. One is a worldview with God, and the other is without God. But both are based on faith. And your definition of faith would be blind faith. But there is also faith based on information, or informed faith, or a faith which you have based on what you actually know. So we believe that in God's existence based on the evidence, and using abductive reasoning to the best explanation which we have at hand based on the evidence what we observe in the natural world and through direct revelation through scriptures.
I understand what you're saying, but unfortunately, I don't believe it because it doesn't make any sense to me now. I know for a fact that we're animals. It's just like animals, we relate to other animals. We just more advanced from them. You know, we have more knowledge. We understand the world. I guess we're the only animals that have some existence that we know of ourselves. We know that we exist. And because of that, we know that other animals don't go to heaven or they don't have a spirit or anything like that. They just die. You know, they live to die.
Wait.
And I think we're animals, so we do the same thing as well too. We live to die, but I guess we put our feelings into life, and we want more than life. So we make believe for God to, I guess for survival.
Well, I don't agree about animals not having self-awareness. I don't think there's any evidence of that. I think there's evidence to the contrary. And there's examples of like especially intelligent animals, like the leaders of elephant packs and dolphins and stuff. But I have seen a very large sea lion, one of the northern ones that was kind of like white and really large. And a man was scuba diving repeatedly with these sea lions. And because one of the sea lions never saw him eat a fish, it kept bringing him a fish and trying to give it to him. And it was really concerned, like that he wasn't eating. And you could really tell, like the sea lion was very emphatic that the man should eat the fish. It was really beautiful.
I apologize. I'm just going to mute myself for 5 minutes. I have to do something, but I'll still be listening.
Oh, you good? Yeah, Nick. I should have said not to the level as we have it as humans, not unaware or anything like that. But they don't have it to the level as we have it as humans.
Yeah, Nathan, you said that you have faith that evolution is true. Is that correct?
No, I said it's a fact.
Okay.
Just how
we have to make a distinction what is meant by evolution. When we are talking about evolution in regards of adaptation and speciation on a species level, or speciation of a secondary speciation, then this is indeed a fact. We see that populations divide, they separate, and they cannot inbreed anymore. But what we have never observed is speciation of primary speciation, where one species morphs into a completely different organismal structure with different features like arms and eyes and ears and so forth. That has never been observed. And we know a lot more than maybe 30, 40 years ago in regards of what actually defines organismal form. And there is much more than just genetic information involved. There is a lot of epigenetic information, and there are many epigenetic languages and codes involved, and also signaling pathways. And these have to be prescribed because they are like an interlocked circuit system which you cannot change. If you change it, then it breaks down. I can provide you several papers. I'm studying this stuff. Then you can have a look. I have put one in the chat and one in the private chat as well. And I am listing 18 different mechanisms which are involved in organismal form and development. So it's actually not that we are ignorant in regards of these issues, but it is the fact that there are still many questions open. But what we do know is that random mutations and natural selections, and a gene-centric view is in fact disproved. And the real mechanisms, they are far more complex than what is usually thought to be the case.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. It almost sounds like you're saying that it's so complex that we don't understand it. So let's say it could be anything. That's what I get from it.
I disagree, Nathan. We do not, science does still not understand many things. Like, for example, in regards of epigenetic information, we only know about 2 or 3 storage mechanisms of epigenetic information. I'm listing 24 different epigenetic languages, but we know only of 3 how the information is stored, like in the histone code, like the glycan code on the surface of the membranes of the cells. But for example, how the splicing code is stored, science doesn't know, and many other codes we don't know either. Now, what we do know is that pre-programmed or prescribed information is required to make organisms, and prescribed information or instructional complex information is always sourced back to intelligence. So the claim that information slowly complexified and therefore also organisms diversified and became more complex, this is a fairy tale story, which is not true.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying because the mechanism is so complex that, and we don't understand it, have to be some kind of engineer
No, let me stop you here. I am not making an argument from ignorance, Nathan. What I am saying that there are many epigenetic languages involved and signaling pathways and instructional complex information and signaling pathways, they are always sourced back to an intelligent source, because these languages and codes, they first have to be established. And I can give you an example. The genetic code is one thing. The DNA molecule is another thing. But the information stored through the genetic code in DNA is another thing. So all this, and the transmission system from the DNA to messenger RNA to the translation to the ribosome, which is the encoding, sending, and decoding of the information, that is another thing. And all these things, they have to merge together, because you can, if you have just the genetic information, but you do not have the machinery to transcribe and translate the information, you have nothing. So this is an all or nothing business, and that's why I claim that the origin of life, the origin of the first cells, is irreducibly complex, because there are many things that have to emerge all together. That's why science is struggling, and there are over 40 different proposals and hypotheses in regards of life emerged. Some say it's the RNA world, some say it's the metabolic first proposal, some it's the peptide proposal, others it's the lipids world, and so forth. But the truth is that one has no function without the other. What good is a membrane for if it doesn't have membrane protein channels to import and export goods and to create homeostasis inside the cell? And that's why I'm saying that intelligent design is the best explanation to explain the origin of life, to which science has absolutely no answer and is absolutely clueless, and also in regards of biodiversity, because prescribed instructional complex information is required.
Okay, I understand that, but the next question would be, if you think it's intelligent design, where's your evidence for the designer? I understand it's how you view it because it's so complex, but where's your evidence of the designer? Who is the designer? We still don't know at that point right there that it is a designer or it isn't a designer.
The teleological argument doesn't give necessarily an explanation of the identity of the designer. It just posits that intelligent design is a better explanation in regards of the complexity and all that we see in the natural world. Now, in order to say which designer that fits the bill. There are other arguments, like I use, for example, the Kalam cosmological argument, when you see what that creator, that cause has to be, that it fits the God of the Bible.
Yeah, I live in a house. I know it was designed. I've never met the designer. The same way that we know that the pyramids were designed, but I don't know, and I can't point to who it was. So just because you don't know the designer doesn't mean that there was no designer. And what the Tangelo was saying was, we're basing our inductive reasoning based on what we do know rather than what we don't know. We know that codes don't generate themselves, and we do know that codes don't encrypt themselves into prescriptive, with that word prescriptive bold and underlined, prescriptive information. Prescriptive information can only come from an intelligent source or sender. Random chemicals can't create prescriptive information. And I think Tangelo touched on epigenetics. I mean, there are last paper I read, there are over 4 million on-off switches in the non-coding region, the region that biologists said it was just junk DNA. Now, those on-off switches do something. Just because we don't know what they do or don't do now doesn't mean they have no function. On-off switches are there for a reason. Take it easy. Sorry, my dog's just jumped all over me.
No, you good. Listen, I understand that how we came to be is still a mystery. The creation of life is still a mystery. But
Good girl.
I can accept that I don't know where we came from. You know, if you even said that it was
I can make an analogy, Nathan. If you see a blueprint or instructional information, and then based on that blueprint, you see a machine and you see machine production lines lined up like robots. You can imagine these robots which make cars, okay? And they work in a joint venture together to make useful products. And these useful products, they are then joined together to make higher complex machines, and in the end you can imagine an entire factory which makes specific goods for specific purposes. Now someone comes to you and asks you, Nathan, we have no clue how that factory came to be, and we have no clue who made the blueprint to make that factory full of machines and production lines. Now we have two hypotheses here. One is random unguided chance, and the other is, well, there must have been an intelligence involved which had a goal to make that factory. That intelligence and then based on these blueprints, intelligent people, they deciphered the blueprint and made then the machines and the factory. I think that the second hypothesis is the only logical one, because we know that intelligence can do blueprints, machines, and factories. We have no experience whatsoever that random chance and unguided events can do the same. And what we see in molecular biology is exactly that. We see that genes are the instructional information, and then the proteins are the molecular machines, and the cell is a self-replicating factory which makes all the chemical products required to sustain life.
Yeah, and that's your comparison. If you compare animals as machines, then you could say all these things coincide to what you think operates a machine. But in actual reality, we are not machines, you know?
Well, that's not true. What Otangelo referred to as machines, by the definition of what a machine is, they are machines. That's just a fact.
Yes, and if you can investigate molecular machines, Nathan, and you will find many science papers, and I can provide you a link to my library, and I list there a big amount of molecular machines which are regarded as machines in a literal sense by science, by peer-reviewed science papers, And that is also in regards of the cell, which is described in a literal sense and not only as an analogy, as a factory which makes chemical products.
Yeah, and that's because we interpret it like that. Hey, this reminds me, this is similar to what we do. It's similar to a factory, so I'm going to say it's like a
No, I'm
factory.
not saying it is similar to a factory. I can list you many science papers which describe the cell as a factory in a literal sense because it fabricates, it makes all the chemical products which are required to make life possible. It starts with the basic building blocks like amino acids, proteins, carbohydrates, lipids. These are molecules which are not simply laying around in nature. They are manufactured from in the cell, and the elements, the atoms, they are imported and then they are used to make these molecular machines. And there are other machines required to make machines. So we are talking here not in a figurative ways in regards of machines and factories, but in a literal sense. We are talking about literal molecular factories full of machines.
And may I, Angelo? I would also like to describe it this way, that a factory is not defined by an architectural building and human workers. I mean, we know those factories where there's only robots, for instance. You know, it's not defined by a place where people have employment. A factory is defined by that process of fabrication and having results.
Correct. Okay. It comes from Latin and means fabricare, or making. And that's precisely what cells do. They are making everything that keeps things alive. And we need three basic things, which is energy, information, and matter. And if you have one of these three missing, you cannot have life.
Okay. And let me ask you this, Tangelo. That little bit of evidence right there that we can't explain life because life came from an intelligent designer. You believe that the intelligent designer is the God of the Bible?
Yes, I believe that. Correct.
Hey, Tangelo, can I screen share about a 30-second video that'll help this guy understand that we are machines?
Go ahead.
It's only 30 seconds long.
Yeah,
and then I would like to at some point get to the Christ question he's asking about. I'm ready for that too.
Okay, so this is a very short snippet, very short, of Professor Ken Dill, one of the world's foremost biologists, giving a discussion in a TED Talk, and he's talking about the protein machines in your body. I hope you can hear this.
Yeah, no sound.
When you share a screen, you have to click share sound.
I did.
Oh.
Not hearing it?
No, you're not hearing it.
Okay. I'll try it again in just a moment. I'm going to remake the video and I'll boost the heck out of this audio.
Nephilim, I think I know why it didn't work, though. I think you used the middle of the three options. There's a share entire screen, share tab, or share application window, and then there's share the internet tab.
Okay, so
you cannot share sound with the application window.
Okay, so share entire screen then?
Yeah, or internet tab, one of those two. Yep.
Microsoft Edge tab. Okay, I'll fix this, and then I'll share this. It'll be a shock for this young man. Go ahead and talk. I'll work on that.
Yes, Nathan, do you have a question?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. You know, I respect that, but the reason why I disbelieve is not because because I want to know where we came from, or I guess I need a intelligent designer. It's just that I'm an animal, and I share this earth with a whole bunch of other animals, and they aren't special. So I'm gonna assume I'm not special as well too. So just how they live and die, I live and die.
And I have a different approach I'd like to take, Nathan. Like, would you say you are of the truth?
It depends on what you call truth.
Because, okay, and well, then let me ask you, like, what if you are not of the truth?
I would want to know what the truth is. I don't know what type of question that is to answer.
Yeah, I'm getting there because Christ.
Like, what truth are you talking about?
Well, Christ said that here, let me read it real quick. I know how to find this one fast. He was talking to Pilate, and Pilate asked, well, he said that my kingdom is not of this world. I'll just say it from memory. Messiah told Pilate when he was asked, Pilate asked Messiah, "Are you a king?" Then he said, my kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, then would my soldiers fight. But my kingdom is not from here. And he said, and he told Pilate that his purpose here was to declare the truth, and that all who are of the truth hear his voice. And that's how that's how he exercises his kingship, is that all who are of the truth hear his voice.
I was of the truth, but now I believe the truth is not actually any truth. I believe that it's almost like make-believe in a way. You have to convince yourself to believe that it is true because it isn't any evidence like what we call evidence.
Nathan, have you ever investigated if materialistic explanations are compelling to explain our existence?
What do you mean by that? Material. What do you mean?
Okay, there are two propositions. One is a worldview with God, and the other is a worldview without God. Are we in that? Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree. Okay. It could be many. Let's say that. It could be many. It could be one with no God and a God in a way. Agnostic people.
Well, momentarily, Angela.
Agnostics don't know. They claim of not knowing, but we have literally just two options. One is a worldview where there is a God or there are multiple gods, and the second is the option where there is no God and the physical material world is all that is and exists. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so in order for you to make an investigation, you need to actually examine both propositions and check which one has a better explanatory power and the evidence, if it fits more into a naturalistic worldview or in a worldview where there are one God or multiple gods. And you need to examine both propositions. And when you do that, then you will see that materialism basically provides no compelling explanation whatsoever in regards of anything that we have discovered in the natural world. Why? Because the natural world has imprints and fingerprints of intelligent agency which made everything that we know exists.
And that maker is Christ, Nathan. That maker is Christ. I just want to focus on that for a moment because he said, all who are of the truth hear his voice. And he also said his sheep hear his voice and follow him. And another they will not follow because they do not know a stranger's voice. And the thing is that when you are of the truth, the evidence is actually Christ. It's actually, especially the New Testament of the scripture. That really is the very best evidence, but one only hears it when they are of the truth. And I don't say that as like any kind of insult or anything, but so you kind of get what you're looking for, so you might be able to look for it,
I understand what you're saying. I was a Christian, and I used to use these same arguments to make unbelievers believe. And to me, what it seems like is that you have to be in a dark place, or you have to be going through some type of hard times in order for God to be activated, so you could actually appreciate life. And that's how it seems like it works that way. Like you have to be going through something bad in order for you to have a reformation. You have to go. I listened to John Maddox, and he gave me a talk, and he was telling me about how at one point he almost died and he had to come back. I went through all these same experiences when I was a theist and when I wasn't a theist. And I mean, when I was a theist and now that I'm an atheist.
Well, some people are born with good Christian parents who raise them Christian, and they don't even remember not being Christian, and they're shepherded by Christ their whole life, and they don't experience like the kind of crazy darkness that like Maddox has and I have, and maybe like it sounds like you're saying you have, you know. So Christianity is all about Christ. It's not about something like having that crazy dark experience. That can be a big part of getting there, or it doesn't have to be, but Christ is really what Christianity is all about.
But actually, if you ask just about any Christian and you say, what is your evidence that God exists? Their number one is their experience. I went through this part in life, and it's usually something dark. I went through a bad part in life, man.
Well, do you remember what I said? What was the best evidence?
I think it's to me, what I feel, I think the best evidence is the experience what people receive.
Well, I mean, do you remember what I told you is as being the best evidence? What I said?
Being with the truth? That's what you said? The truth?
Well, I said it's the New Testament, but that all who are of the truth hear his voice. So when you're not of the truth, you know, you're not really hearing it. But the New Testament is the best evidence. It's just that you got to hear it, you know, and it's heard spiritually.
Okay. Unfortunately, I can't hear it anymore because I felt when I was a kid, I honestly felt that way, but deep down inside, I knew for a fact that it was me convincing myself that it was something other than me here.
I have a lot of respect for that. You probably were not having the actual right kind of saving belief, and you're better off knowing that. And now you have us like preaching to you instead of like, you know, validating you in a false Christianness. So I think you did good, to be honest with yourself. That's always really good. And yeah, I'm hoping that like as we share our honesty with you, hopefully you'll come to truth, you know.
But I hear what you're saying. But to me, it sounds like you're saying that I wasn't a real Christian and you guys are the real Christian. So that part of your life, what you thought you experienced, it wasn't actually God. It was just you convinced.
Well, actually, no, the approach I took, it wasn't like I presupposed it on you from somewhere or something, though. I mean, you just told me how you knew that you were just believing it because you wanted to. So I was just referring to what you said and saying that that's not what Christianity is. I didn't put anything on you that you didn't say, though.
Yeah, I guess I said it that way because, I believe just how you are convinced that you're a Christian, I was convinced that I was a Christian.
Well, that's the thing that I'm disagreeing with, is that there is a different kind of convincing, and when you discover that, you'll know it's different. But since you haven't discovered it, you can't know. That's not your fault.
I think the reason why it's my fault because I was always an open thinker, and that messed me up. I was always, I guess, if it made sense to me logically, I would accept it, and it pushed me away from the Bible eventually.
I hear that very often, Nathan. That if you check all these YouTube atheist channels, and when the owner of the channel comes to give his testimony how he lost faith, then usually it goes as you described now, that they were Christians, they were believers, and then they started to give a more critical thought on the Bible, and then slowly they started to see contradictions and things that they didn't like and so forth, and then suddenly at some point they recognized that they were no believers anymore. And then they are in that vacuum where they are unbelievers in the Bible, but they do not have an alternative and say, we are agnostic atheists. We do not believe anymore in the Bible, but we also do not know what is the truth. I hear that very often. And the problem is that an atheist usually that thinks that way has not formed a solid epistemological framework upon which investigate origins. And it's not just about requiring proof. It requires more than just proofs, because we cannot prove ultimate reality. We cannot prove what is beyond the curtain of the universe. We do not know if there is a creator beyond the physical world or there is not. So all we can do is use abductive reasoning as the best explanation. When you are actually a rational thinker, as you said that you are, and that you follow the evidence, and when you do that and start to weigh the two propositions, one is a worldview without God and the other with God, then you will see that basically science and philosophy has no good explanations in regards of all the relevant questions concerning origins. And when you then at the same time weight what theism provides, then you will suddenly see that everything fits, because an intelligence as an ultimate source of reality is absolutely essential. When you start to investigate astronomy, the universe, the origin of life, the biology, and so forth, then everything converges to the conclusion that intelligence must be the source of the complexity and the world in which we live in. And then when you go from there further and use a cumulative argument, then you will understand that the Christian God is the one which fits the bill in every sense. And when you start to seek God, then He will reveal Himself to you, and you become a Christian, which is a convincement that cannot be removed from inside of you. And you will say, I know God exists, I cannot prove it to others, but inside of me, I simply know it because the Holy Spirit dwells in you and He confirms you what you believe. And then nobody can remove that knowledge from you. I am a Christian for 36 years. And if you ask me that I consider the materialistic worldview, then I tell you, I cannot believe that materialism is true based on what I do know and based on my experience.
And you know what? I respect that, Otangelo, and I understand that this view is important. I guess understanding where you came from, where we came from, the creation of life. But I think honestly that majority of people that believe in God or believe in a creator do not actually think about how we actually came here. Someone said it's God that done it, and they just believe it like it's God automatically. They don't actually apply any type of critical thinking in that point.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. You are correct. You
And
are
one
correct.
thing I would like to say about that is that that's not necessarily that bad, because in my opinion, the best evidence is the New Testament. And so if based on the New Testament, they know about God and creation, then it's no longer a question to them, and that's why they don't ask it. But since the best evidence is the New Testament, I can't fault them for responding to the best evidence.
Well, it's not evidence.
That's correct.
It isn't actual evidence. It's just telling you that, hey, you came from, I guess, Adam and Eve, or God created you. It's no evidence of it. Like, it's no molded clay.
To be clear, the New Testament is evidence of God, and when we know God, we know He's the creator, and we know the scriptures are true. So, yeah, I'm just saying the New Testament's the best evidence of God, and then once they know God, they're not asking about creation as to because they already know God and they've been told about creation by God, so they're not asking. And that would be kind of fallacious, but the thing is that the New Testament is the best evidence of God and proved God to them, and that's why it's not fallacious.
Okay, I hear you.
I agree with you 100%, Nicholas. And in my regard, I didn't need to have all the knowledge which I have today in regards of origins. I came into started to investigate that in my dialogue with atheists, because they were constantly challenging my beliefs, and I had to find answers. And so that brought me to investigate deeper into science and biology and biochemistry and astrophysics and philosophy, all these faculties of science, in order for me to be able to give adequate answers to the investigations of atheists. And that simply solidified my conviction that my Christian faith is true.
But Angela, it seems like you have more questions. Like, where did we come from? Like, you're still looking for that answer. So it seems like you still have more questions than answers.
Well, I think you should not ask that me. The fact is that science is obviously limited in its understanding of nature, of reality. But what we do know is clear evidence of intelligent design.
And if we're back on this topic, maybe it's a good time for Neff to do his video.
Not quite ready.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
We all in a minute. I'm fixing it so it can play in a video in a web page. That should be able enable me to play it full screen, and you should be able to hear it well.
Do you have any question, Nathan?
No, I did. I look at it like this: if we trying to like for us trying to find where we came from, it's going to be a question that's going to be asked, for a long time, because as men, we are limited, and when we talk about science, we make it seem like science is a separate entity, and it's just actual men trying to understand the world. So we have to just understand our limits. That's why it will take us a while to understand how we were created or anything like that.
The thing is, Nathan, that what we already know, and we know more today than at any time in the past, that knowledge gives us a very solid basis to make meaningful and secure conclusions in regards of origins. And one thing that is very often in our channels debated is the origin of life. And there are two sides of evidence. One is, which I explained to you in regards of the fact that in the molecular world, there are literal machines at factories and blueprints in operation. But the second line of evidence is that science is trying for over 70 years to recreate life in the lab. And the evidence, rather than coming closer to actually close the gap and demonstrate how it is possible by natural means, it has just shown us how big the problem is and why it is not possible. And one line of reasoning is the odds to have just a minimal genome which stores the information to make the smallest possible living cell. And that genome has about 1.3 million nucleotides, and the odds to have that number of nucleotides in the right sequence, you have the instructions to make the proteins and everything required, is 1 to 700,000 of power. That's far beyond what is plausible and possible. And together with that, we know that molecules, rather than complexify, they randomize and they simply become asphalts. So these two lines of reasoning are very powerful to demonstrate that abiogenesis is not possible. And the evidence that there are factories and machines and production is positive evidence that an intelligent design was required to make life.
Nathan, can you mute when you're not talking?
Oh, I'm sorry. I went outside for a second. Sorry for that.
It's cool.
Oh, Daniel, I got one question. So when you say that as humans, we can't create these complex machines, but we're intelligent agents. We're intelligent designers. If we can't do it as an intelligent designer, why assume that there's another unknown intelligent designer more advanced than us that can actually build these complicated and complex machines?
Okay, so let's see if you can hear this now, okay? You should be able to.
The folding problem per se to talking about mechanisms and functions. And the case I want to make for you is that proteins are machines. You have 20,000 odd different types of machines in your body, and then other kinds of living organisms have other kinds of protein machines. There's tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of different machines. And the first case I want to make for you is that these are real machines. That's not a metaphor. They use energy. I've just shown you a few examples of tens of thousands of protein machines, but the case I want to make for you is just to convince you they are real machines, just at the super microscopic level.
So there you go. That's Ken Dill, one of the world's foremost biologists. He's acknowledging that the machinery in our cells is actual machines. They use clamps, they have scissors, they have feet, they walk on feet, they have turbines in them, they have bearings, they have camshafts, they have all kinds of clamps. There's all kinds of different types of biological machines comprised of protein, and they're real machines. They have mechanical functions. They operate by taking in energy and doing work, and they are every bit as mechanical as the tools you'll find if you go to the Home Depot and look on their shelves. They're just that much a machine.
Yes.
And
I put the link here, so I want to ask some questions to Nathan. Just a moment.
Okay.
Okay. What do you have inside of cells? You have factory portals with fully automated security checkpoints and control that are membrane proteins. You have factory compartments, organelles. You have a library index and fully automated information classification, storage and retrieval program, the chromosomes and the gene regulatory network. You have molecular computers and hardware, DNA. Software, a language using signs and codes like the alphabet, and instructional blueprints, the genetic and over a dozen epigenetic codes. Information retrieval, RNA polymerase, transmission, messenger RNA, translation, the ribosome, signaling, hormones, complex machines, proteins, taxis, dynein, kinesin transport vesicles, molecular highways, tubulins used by dynein and kinesin proteins for molecular transport to various destinations, tagging programs. Each protein has a tag, which is an amino acid sequence informing other molecular transport machines where to transport them. Factory assembly lines, fatty acid synthase, non-ribosomal peptide synthase. Error check and repair systems, exonucleoli proofreading, strand-directed mismatch repair. Recycling methods, endocytic recycling. Waste grinders and management, proteasome garbage grinders. Power generating plants, mitochondria. Power turbines, ATP synthase. Electric circuits, the metabolic network. So if I ask you, without explaining what it is, what do you think? Are factory portals better explained by random chance or by intelligence? And you ask the same question in regards of each of those things described here. Then it is obvious that we will answer that these things are better explained by the origin of an intelligent designer and not by random chance. And random chance and design are the two options which you have to explain the origin of life. There was no evolution at that stage.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. I'm not as well versed on the whole, I guess that's chemical evolution or biological. I'm not that well. It's like you're speaking, like how people said, like
yes, they call it chemical evolution, but the problem is that in order to say evolution, you need to have DNA replication. I think that the term chemical evolution is completely inappropriate to describe what we see in prebiotic chemistry. There was no evolution. There was no gradual complexification of molecules. This is just made up nonsense.
Oh.
what you're looking at on the screen is called kinesin. It's a motor protein, and it's walking down a microtubule in the cell, which is a tiny infinitesimal highway, and by putting one foot in front of the other. He's carrying a payload to the ribosome. To the mitochondria.
That's cool.
And what is interesting that the protein which it is carrying, it has a tag. When the protein is synthesized in the ribosome and comes out, then there is a signal recognition particle, which tags the protein with the amino acid sequence, and then there are mechanisms to read the information, and then the kinesin or the dynein, that walking proteins here, they know exactly where that the protein has to be delivered inside of the cell. And they go walking on these microtubules, and these microtubules have also a microtubule code encoded in the structure, which is also helping to direct the agent to the final direction. Now, all this has to be programmed. How do you explain that?
I'm trying to figure out, so each one of these individual things were programmed from a programmer?
Well, that is what you have to decide, Nathan. If you think that random chance can come up with that kind of high-tech technology on a molecular level. We, with all the intelligence that we have, we are not able to make that kind of complex stuff, you know?
So that's why I asked you, why assume, if we can't make it as intelligent designers, why assume that there's another intelligent designer that's out there that made it?
Well, you have two options here. One is no intelligence at all, and then you have complete randomness. And the other option is that the super intelligence, which is far higher than us, has created all these things.
What you're seeing on the screen is one of the several different types of DNA repair mechanisms, whereby numerous different types of molecular machines attach to the DNA molecule in a specified order, each one accomplishing a particular goal necessary to repair a damaged mutation to the DNA molecule.
Fantastic. Think about this, Nathan. The error rate has to be diminished to 1 error in 10 billion nucleotides in order for you to have enough, how can I say, to have enough precision in order for the mutation rate not bringing the organism to death. And these error check and repair mechanisms, they had to be there when life started. And only the ribosome has 11 different error check and repair mechanisms. Now explain to me, how do you think that Jones came up with that kind of stuff?
Each one of these molecular components that attach to the DNA is so unimaginably precise and interdependent with every other one of them in order for them to have function. What you're seeing is just a dumbed down version of it. It's only showing you these molecules as little, plastic looking globules, but in fact they're highly complex molecules comprised of numerous atoms, every single atom exactly in the exact location it must be to make the molecule have the exact shape it does, so that it interacts with all these other types of complex molecules in order to produce mechanical functions. The complexity of this is way beyond man's technology. This is technology of a higher order. It's way outside our box. This is a machinery that duplicates the DNA molecule. It's called helicase. It's making a copy of the DNA molecule. One strand is produced forward and the other one is produced backwards, and they're fused together. The DNA molecule is spinning at the speed of the turbine in a jet engine when it exits this machine. It's assembling thousands upon thousands and thousands of little base pair molecules into a DNA molecule at a rate so fast that this faster than any machine gun can shoot bullets. Just blistering speed, assembling them in exactly the right order so fast. Have you ever seen that gun, that terrible gun in the nose of the A-10 Warthog? It shoots 30 millimeter cannon rounds with absolutely blistering speed. Just, you know what I mean? You know that gun? It's incredibly deadly, right? Well, this machine is assembling base pairs on a DNA molecule probably 5 to 10 times faster than that gun can shoot 30 millimeter cannon rounds. That's how.
So my question would be this: so what came first? Life just appeared out of nowhere, or
these basic forms of life were, I guess, created by intelligent designer to create life? Like, where does the intelligent designer actually work? Did it create life, or did the RNA, the basic forms of life, Luca created? Like, it's confusing right now.
Well, I just want to share with you what this is real quick because I had them put it on screen. It's a 4-molecule nano car. It's the fastest nano car ever made by Dr. Jim Tour's team. And Dr. Jim Tour is in the public eye. He's rather famous for exposing fraudulent non-science that is called science in abiogenesis research and making it very clear to people what the facts of it are. But in reality, in like what he's actually known for and what he does, he's been cited over 107,000 times in scientific papers, and he makes these extremely valuable technologies. This is synthetic microbiochemistry. So this is humans using biochemistry that they get from life, and so they're already using life because we can't like produce it ourselves or something, And then, this is the fastest nano car. It's 4 wheels, a few other things to it, a couple axles.
James Tour is one of the world's foremost chemists.
Yeah, and he does technology, so everything he does is really hands-on and stuff. But just so you get an idea, like this is nothing compared to actual life, but this is actually the closest thing anyone's ever done to real abiogenesis research, in my opinion, is actually the synthetic micro nanomachine, synthetic biological nanomachine technology. I think is closer to trying to deal with something like origin of life than the stuff they're doing in abiogenesis research is absolutely nothing, to be honest.
Oh, wow.
That's it.
Yes, Nathan, to answer your question, I believe in Genesis. I believe in a 6-day creation, literally, as it is described in Genesis. And I think that God made the various kinds as described in Genesis and made them with the ability, with the pre-programmed ability to speciate and to differentiate and to adapt to the environment. And that is what we see in the natural world. Actually, adaptation or evolution or microevolution had to be fully operational when life started, because life which is not able to adapt to the environment dies.
Okay. So I'm confused. What did the designer make? Did the designer make us as humans as we are now, or because there's evidence that shows that humans weren't alive on this planet at a specific time. It's evidence. So the creator created. I'm trying to apply this intelligent designer to how the world actually is, right? Like the facts of the universe. Like the world wasn't, I should say, the earth wasn't designed in 6 days, like 6 literal days. It's older than that. You learn this in I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that if you see how much you've been taught that we have to like share so much with you to refute it, do you kind of see how like it's been stacked very far against us as far as like what public school education has put with people, So it's like, because I know Nephilim Free especially has lots of answers to those questions, but it's like it is hours of answers, to be honest, because they've put so much that it has to be refuted or where we have to show that there's evidence different than what they're saying.
It's not what they're saying, it's what we observe in a sense,
No. Science has no observation in regards of the age of the earth. We don't know how old the earth is based on scientific evidence or experiments.
There's actually a lot of scientific evidence the earth is only thousands of years old. geological evidence, biological evidence, and astrological evidence.
I'd like to real quick
when they hear a
mention
statement like that, they're quick to disbelieve until they start hearing the evidence, and then they're a little bit stupefied.
And I would just like to share what George Bond said earlier, that if you're hearing things where they say scientists believe this or scientists say this, then that's usually maybe not something to listen to put too much stock in. But it's like, if science says this, or if science has demonstrated this. And so if you're a careful listener, you'll find that a lot of what you've been taught is scientists say this, scientists say that, and that's not quite appropriate.
You know, science is run by a community of people with like minds. They're people, the scientific community is ruled over by people who are very, very secular and not friendly to religion at all. And many of them are outspokenly against religion, anti-God, atheists. And they rule academia. And if you, Dr. Jerry Bergman, who has probably more education than 99.9% of the people on the planet, wrote a book, and you can see him give lectures about it on YouTube. He has written a book that describes numerous cases where scientists have done nothing more than allude that their mind is friendly to the idea of intelligent design, and they've been canned for it. Just because those who rule the scientific community are completely and utterly intolerant in general to the idea of intelligent design or the idea that God created life. Man was a product of creation by God. They're very anti that idea, and many scientists have been either demoted or fired for it. There was a creationist astronomer who applied for a job. This was about 8 or 9 years ago. Applied for a job at the University of Kentucky as for the job astronomy professor, and the administrators of that university emailed each other back and forth saying, "This guy is great. He's exactly what we're looking for. He's got a great reputation. His education is excellent. He's got an awesome outreach program. This looks like the guy." And then they discovered that he had creationist inklings, and they emailed each other back and forth. And I'm paraphrasing what they said. They said, "Oh no, he's a creationist. No can do. I'm not going to hire him." He got his hands on those emails, sued that university for hundreds of thousands of dollars and won. They just discriminated against him because of his religious beliefs. Didn't have anything to do with how good a professor he was or his knowledge in the field, because it was excellent. It was just because he didn't believe in a godless world. And he believed that the God is our creator. So, and there's, I'll tell you one more thing. I don't want to take a lot of time on the mic, but I think this one's important. There's a video you can actually see. It's on my YouTube channel and other places on YouTube, of a man named Purcell Cloud. Purcell Cloud was one time in the 1960s, 70s, the world's foremost paleontologist. Okay, and he was, I think, also the president for a short time of the American Academy of Sciences. So this guy was at the top of his field, right? And he's sitting outside on his lunch break, and he's approached by a couple of college students, and they ask him some questions about the fossil record. And he tells them the fossil record has so many transitional forms in it that scientists have to use statistical analysis to differentiate between them. It's just rife with transitional forms that prove evolution. Then he realized, these kids are creationists. That's why they're interviewing me. Then he changed his story, and he said, the reason we don't find the transitional forms expected by evolution is because erosion has eroded them away. Just did a complete 180. Told an utterly, completely different story. I mean, it's utterly disingenuous, because he realized he was being interviewed by a couple of creationist students. Anyway, just I'm through. Something to think about.
Who was that called?
Sounds like one of those conspiracy theories, you know?
Well, I mean, you can see video of him doing this. He completely does a 180 and contradicts himself right on video, because they pull out a video camera. See, they're asking him questions. They didn't realize, he didn't realize at first that he was being videoed. because he just wasn't paying attention. Then he realizes he's on video, and the college students, the questions they're asking made him realize, oh, these kids are creationists. So then he told them a story they'd like to hear. It's a shock. It's shocking. I mean, this man is one of the world's foremost scientists in his field.
Who was that? Nephilim Free?
Purcell Cloud.
Okay. Yeah, I put a link here. If you want to have a look afterwards, Nathan, it's that what we are saying. These are facts that if intelligent design theorists do manage to publish in peer-reviewed science journals, Darwinists will make sure the editors suffer grievously for it. After our chat, you can have a watch on it. That are facts which Nephilim Free is telling us here. That is well known.
Yeah, those are just more obvious examples of the overall cultural system that guides it a certain way. So then, you want to dig into it and then be like, well, is the cultural system making this decision really because the science is pushing them to, or is there other factors? Because for instance, governmental politics or religious and church politics, those are two obvious examples too, and academia is no exception.
Right.
Yeah. It was good talking, guys. I listened to everyone, and I was open-minded to everyone's story, and my conclusion from what I got from everything, and this is my opinion, is that we still don't understand where we came from. It could be a creator. We don't know. So science is wrong for saying that we came here naturally. So I'm not going to believe it. I'm going to believe that we do come from some higher being or some master intelligent designer. And
keep those thoughts, Nathan. Investigate, study, and ask yourself the important questions and investigate. Don't just listen to one side, listen to both camps and compare what they say and make a smart decision for yourself. Don't let people schmooze you with ideas that they can't actually support. Check out what they say and see if it's actually the truth to what they say or if it's just a storyline.
Yeah, and I like to encourage you to, just do everything Neff was saying and just keep it honest, because I could tell, by your voice and your responses that you were an honest listener here today. And I guess you've been ready to be an honest listener this whole time. And Otangelo had to, make a place where that is actually facilitated, as opposed to some other things that have gone on. Because this is one of the best live streams I've ever been a part of. This is awesome.
Yeah. Next time, I hope that I can challenge, your belief.
If you have questions, Nathan, feel free to subscribe my channel, and when we are live, come in and ask your questions, and we are here just for that, to answer those doubts and questions and respond to these inquiries.
Okay. Well, it's good talking to you guys.
Okay. Take care.
Nice to have you at my channel. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Nathan. Peace with you.
Okay. I think
I got to thank you, Otangelo, for inviting me to this and for speaking up as far as how we can do better.
Oh, I very much enjoy your position, and I think it is very important to emphasize also how important that the New Testament is in regards of evidence, and that we need to provide answers in regards of what we observe in natural theology, in the natural world, but also not forget to emphasize Christ and the New Testament, and that the New Testament is true and leads us to the truth.
Yeah, and I really like that your channel's called God Talk, because even though there tends to be a lot of scientific focus, I'm like, this is called God Talk. I can bring up the New Testament right now if I want.
Yes,
That's really good.
Yes, I very much encourage that, and I really want to have more issues in regards of theology, of archaeology, of biblical archaeology, of evidence which provides demonstrations to the skeptics in regards of the fact that the New Testament, the Old Testament is true, that it is embedded in history, and that we have plenty of evidence to say that it's the truth. It's not just fantasy. And in special, we see so many new atheists coming up and say, oh, the historical Jesus didn't exist, and this kind of nonsense. And I'm pretty much open to bring all these kind of discussions here on the table. And if you guys know some experts in these fields, then hey, bring them in and let's hear them.
Yeah. Okay, guys, I'm going to cut out. Thanks for having me in. Artangelo, it's good to see you both. You guys
Okay,
have a
thank
good
you.
weekend. God
Definitely
bless.
great information. I always appreciate you at my channel. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Shalom. God bless you.
Bless you, Nicholas. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Okay, and just trust Messiah.
Amen. Shalom.